Chapter 894. What? Five-colored altar? Everyone present was shocked as they looked at Ziyue. It should be in the middle continent. Ziyue searched through the ancient books and found some clues. The scene in the dream was very similar to a place in the middle continent. The more she investigated, the more shocked she became. There was once a god dynasty in the middle continent called Yuhua. If it was still around, it might have been the #1 dynasty in the world. It was once at its peak. At that time, the other 4 god dynasties had yet to appear. More than half of the territory of the middle continent was under its rule. No one dared to disobey its orders. From the word Yuhua, it could be inferred that most of this dynasty was prosperous. They pursued the true meaning of longevity. Everything was for the sake of becoming an immortal. However, it fell apart overnight and was removed from this world. It was as if it had never existed. Even the ancient books didn't record it clearly. Ziyue searched through the ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and compared them to various ancient maps and the current mountain and river diagram. She discovered that the 5-colored altar in the dream was located next to the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. The Yuhua god dynasty is so powerful. They have the 5-colored altar? Pangbo was shocked. All the altars in the world had become ruins. No one could control them. I've heard of it too. This is an extremely powerful god dynasty. Back then, it was the #1 god dynasty in the middle continent. In the end, it really ascended. However, it didn't ascend to immortality. Turned into ashes. The Black Emperor said, "If you really want to leave, you can go to the ruins of the Yuhua god dynasty to take a look. Perhaps you can discover something. That place is very mysterious," Ziyue said softly. She didn't want him to travel far, but she still told him. There was a trace of dimness in her beautiful eyes. Yifan didn't know what to say. He looked at her beautiful eyes and wanted to comfort her. That might be a kind of hurt. He wanted to bring her to the other side of the starry sky. But just like him, she couldn't bear to part with her parents. Ziyue forced a smile and said that she would look up at the starry sky every night to pray for him. When everything was faded, she would follow his footsteps and go to the other side of the starry sky to take a look. Clang clang. The heaven-devouring demon lid let out a wail as it floated above Ziyue's palm. Immortal radiance fell down, resonating with the bronze ring. Strands of radiance could be seen connecting the two together. This kind of miraculous scene caused everyone to tremble. As expected, a vicious relic, they were undoubtedly compatible and could fuse together. "Do you still remember what the little girl looked like in your dream?" Yifan asked. Ziyue shook her head. Those scenes were too blurry, especially the little girl's face, which was even dimmer. She only remembered that she had a pair of big, bright eyes that were filled with tears. She had a ponytail and was no more than 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing tattered clothes and a pair of tattered shoes. Buzz! The void trembled, and a blurry scene appeared in front of them. The 5-colored altar had actually appeared. A little girl lost her shoes and rushed forward, crying, just to take a look at the skeleton. Bang! The scene crumbled, and then everything sank into darkness. There seemed to be a voice reverberating. Not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Was it vicious? She firmly believed that the youth would appear again. This was her obsession and also the most precious hope in her heart. She defied the heavens and lived for several lifetimes just to wait for the youth's return. Without the resplendent divine ring, it was still dim. One could imagine how she swept through the world and stood alone in the 9 heavens. She clearly stood at the peak of humanity, looking down on the reincarnation of the ancient times, but she wasn't included in her memories. The so-called glory of a great emperor, to her, was far from being comparable to the happy and bitter times of her childhood. Even if she was unrivaled in the world, she couldn't reverse everything of the past. In the end, everything dissipated, leaving only a ghostly face with tears on it. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. That was the heaven-devouring demon lid floating up and down. Ding! The bronze ring in Ziyue's hand dimmed and entered her body. The two relics of Vicious separated by themselves and calmed down. Vicious was a great monarch who commanded respect and awe. The memory fragments of Vicious left Zhang Xian feeling complicated and indescribable. It was hard to describe what kind of feeling that was. Why do I feel that I have a great karma with Vicious? Yifan muttered to himself. He touched the items on his body. They were all related to Vicious. First was the myriad chi cauldron, which he had obtained from the bronze immortal palace. It was a priceless treasure that could prove the Tao. Next was the immortal dragon herb, which belonged to Vicious more than 200,000 years ago. Shi Yan had obtained the true dragon god liquid twice, and he still had some left. Other than that, there was also the immortal treasure map. It was obtained from the Chaos Dragon lair. Even the sacred battle emperor had once possessed it. More than 200,000 years ago, it had fallen into the hands of Vicious. When Yifan obtained it, Vicious' coffin had sunk into the primal chaos. What happened to me? The more Yifan thought about it, the more frightened he became. At the same time, he thought about the people he knew. Duanda had the heaven-devouring demon lid. Ji Ziyue had the ring that Vicious had cherished the most. Tu Fei's grandfather had the sky-devouring jar. And Li Xiaoman had Vicious' inheritance. It was like a net weaving with each other, trapping Shi Yan in the middle. His relationship with Emperor Vicious couldn't be cut off, which made him restless. 2 days later, Yifan, Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the Black Emperor crossed the void and arrived at the Central Plains. The Heaven's Transformation ruins were really big. Strictly speaking, half of the Central Plains was their territory. At that time, there were no great Xia or Jili divine dynasties. The mysterious ancestral temple was located at the heart of the dragon vein. It had the power of heaven and earth and the mysteries. It was a secret land that went against the natural order. However, 20,000 years ago, the most ancient dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken. The dragon chi scattered and turned into some ancestral dragons in other places. From then on, this broken dragon vein turned from a supreme pure land to a dead land. It became the most inauspicious area with almost no vitality. The heart of the Central Plains was now barren. It was a gloomy area with black mist hovering all year round. No one knew what the light was. In front of them, broken mountains could be seen. They were formed by the impact of great magic power. It was unknown what kind of great battle had happened back then. Look, that ancient dragon vein is so strong. It used to be the longest ancestral vein in the Central Plains. It's thicker than tens of thousands of mountain ranges put together, Duanda said. He had to be familiar with the geography of each place. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this still a mountain range? It was too thick. It was like a plateau. When they flew into the endless sky and looked down, they found that it was really a dragon vein. An ancient saint flew above this ancient star and looked down. The number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken with just one palm. Someone pressed down from who knows how many tens of thousands of miles away, leaving behind 5 fingerprints. The ancestral dragon vein was broken into several pieces. The other mountain peaks all collapsed and the area within 1,000,000 miles caved in. The Black Emperor said. It can't be. 1,000,000 miles caved in with one strike. 5 fingerprints broke the number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains. It's too heaven-defying. Pang Bo was shocked. Half a day later, they went deep into the heart of the Central Plains and came to a barren land. It was still dusky with black mist lingering around it like the underworld. There are ancient buildings up ahead. Right in front of them there was a temple. It had a type of accumulation of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for. It can't be, right? Did I miss a great opportunity? The Yuhua God Dynasty's ancestral temple wasn't destroyed. I actually didn't come here to do archaeology in the past. Duanda said to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Behind the ancestral temple, there was a dusky mist that covered everything. Nothing could be seen. According to what Ji Ziyue saw in her dream, there should be a 5-colored altar in the depths of that region. Now, the heavenly secrets didn't appear. It was strange, trapped by all kinds of bewildering formations. Nothing could be seen. Who is it? A shout sounded in front of the ancient temple. A row of armored soldiers wearing black iron clothes appeared. All of them held iron spears and looked incomparably solemn. Very soon they were densely packed. In the surroundings of the ancient temple, large numbers of figures appeared in the broken mountains. They were all experts. In addition, there were all kinds of formation patterns that were activated, covering this place. Who are these people? They occupied this place? Li Tian was surprised. This place was excavated recently. It's a dilapidated small world. They cleaned it up not long ago. At the very least, no one has entered the ancestral temple. It's still covered in dust. Duanda said with the tone of a professional. Not good, we can't afford to provoke them. These are people from the four god dynasties. They beat us to it, Li Heishui said. In front of them was an allied army with the flags of the four god dynasties. They were here together to excavate the central continent's ancestral temple from more than 200,000 years ago, wanting to find something. There's also the Alcade Holy Flag, Ji Ziyue said. She recognized the Alcade Holy Flag at a glance. The 5 major forces joined forces to excavate together. They wanted to clear out the ruins of the Yuhua God dynasty and connect the small world. Who would dare to compete with them? Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was the #1 force in the central continent. No one dared to disobey their orders. They had supreme might, but they turned into ashes overnight. It was said that even their emperor weapon was shattered. Moreover, this was also the only known evidence of a supreme emperor weapon being shattered, shattering the legend of the indestructible extreme Dao weapons. Back then, they were destroyed too quickly. All kinds of rare treasures and other things didn't appear before they were sealed in dust. It was said that they were sealed by someone with great magical power. Do you see that? This dilapidated small world was sealed, but someone used an extreme emperor weapon to break open a corner of it. That's why it appeared in the world again. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have discovered it even if we found this place, Duanda said. The Alcade Holy Land is involved. Yifan muttered to himself. Then he revealed his previous guess. The Alcade Holy Sun might have obtained the inheritance of Ruthless, the indestructible heaven technique. Since Ji Ziyue and Duanda saw something in their dreams, the Alcade Holy Sun might have done the same. Because of this, he found the ancient temple in the central continent. There might be extremely important divine treasures in the temple. That's right. Many of the holy objects of the Yuhua God dynasty are enshrined in this ancestral temple. This is simply the tomb of a god dynasty, Duanda said very professionally. Pang Bo stepped forward to negotiate. A few people immediately walked over. All of them were people of high status and power. They were imperial ancestor-level figures of the 4 god dynasties. They responded in a deep voice. As early as half a year ago, they started digging this place. Only now did they have results. They wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Yifan and the others retreated. If they attacked forcefully, they might be able to kill their way in. But this ancient temple was too mysterious. The 4 god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land had never dared to enter rashly. If they barged in rashly, there might be a great disaster. What should we do? If the Alcade Holy Sun got here first, this place is very troublesome. Pang Bo frowned and looked at Yifan. The others also felt a little headache. This place was obviously not ordinary. But if they angered the 4 god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land, they might provoke a few extreme emperor weapons. Yifan said, "First, we should let the heaven-devouring demon pot merge. I feel that there is a great connection between it and the pot. Then, perhaps we should borrow the power of the people of the world to make the secret of this place public and allow all powerhouses to enter." After they left this place, they began to discuss seriously. Only Ji Ziyue sighed softly. She looked at the mist behind the ancient temple and muttered to herself. Back then, that little girl cried and lost her tattered little shoes. She sent that young man far away, but in the end, she only saw his corpse return. This is not her end. She eventually became the great emperor. Monkey walked over. Yes, invincible in the world, one of the most mysterious and powerful great emperors since ancient times. Almost no one can compare to her. The Black Emperor interrupted. But she wasn't happy. Ji Ziyue shook her head. But there was still hope in her heart. She firmly believed that she would meet that young man again, Yifan said. Then, he couldn't help but think of little Nan Nan from that little girl. She was also pitiful. Where was she now? Chapter 895. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple was filled with endless mysteries. Entering life and returning to death, this was Duanda's judgment. This was an instinctive feeling he had developed from many years of tomb raiding. This place was very strange. More than 200,000 years had passed. But when he activated his heavenly eyes, he discovered that there were still green lights in the ancient buildings deep within the ancestral temple. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land must have discovered an even more terrifying place. They had started clearing it half a year ago, or else there would be no reason for them not to go deeper. This place is ominous. There's most likely something terrifying inside, Duanda said solemnly. He said that if they wanted to go in, they had to be prepared. Let's go. There's killing intent here. These people want to silence us, Yenishi said. They weren't surprised. Such a shocking ancestral temple couldn't be seen. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land naturally didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, they had spent a lot of time and energy and didn't want others to get involved. There were Tao patterns interweaving in the surroundings. Although the fluctuations were very light, they still sensed it. They wanted to trap this place and turn it into a dangerous place. Let's go. This is the killing formation of an ancient sage. It's intact. If we are really trapped inside, we will definitely die. The Black Emperor was shocked. He was an expert and could clearly see the terrifying killing intent. The big black dog opened his mouth and spat out a profound jade platform. He quickly opened a realm gate and disappeared, leaving behind a ripple. Blood-colored divine chains passed through, but they couldn't stop them. 2 days later, a piece of news spread through the 5 regions. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple had appeared in the mortal world. Although more than 200,000 years had passed, it was still intact, and there were peerless divine treasures inside. This was an eventful time. The slightest movement would cause a storm in the world, let alone such a major event. Could be said that the whole world was shocked. Although the Yuhua God dynasty had already disappeared for more than 200,000 years, and even the historical records didn't record it clearly, it didn't affect its position in people's hearts. In the past, it sought the immortal inheritance of the Central Plains. Its territory was boundless, and all the divine treasures in the world were gathered in the temple. Its prestige was great, and the heaven and earth shook. It was the #1 god dynasty that existed to pursue immortality. They disappeared in a single night. There were all kinds of suspense. Many people speculated that this race discovered the method to become immortal and used the power of the entire sect to open the path to immortality. But in the end, they were defeated. Of course, there were others who said that they were swept through by a dragon. That night, there were dragon cries that shook the 9 heavens, resounding through Central Province. Countless great sects heard it. There were also people who said that there was only one truth, and that was the appearance of an invincible Holy Spirit that devoured all the dragon energy of the #1 ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains and seized the good fortune of the Yuhua God dynasty. Some people even said that Ruthless became an emperor and used a single hand to wipe out all of them. Moreover, he only used a single strike. It was an indiscriminate attack that wiped out the entire Yuhua God dynasty. As for what the truth was, it had long been buried in the dust of history. The people and events of the past had all been buried. No one could live for so long, not even the existences who had taken action. No matter what, the Yuhua God dynasty was unshakable as the #1 power in the world in the past. Their collection was incomparable. After its destruction, all of its treasures were buried underground. All those years ago, countless people were searching for it, yet they didn't obtain anything. Now that the Ascension Ancestral Temple had emerged into the world, how could it not affect the hearts of all? They didn't want to rule over the world, only to become immortals and pursue the true meaning of longevity. The entire Central Plains was under their rule, and there was no lack of lost ancient books and records. They were the bloodline that understood ascension and flying immortals the most. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple has appeared. It is rumored that in the past, there were too many divine treasures displayed inside. There were methods to verify the Tao, as well as all kinds of holy objects. Every one of them was priceless and had to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right, the various comprehensions of the ancient cultivators are all within that temple. They were collected by them and carved into the walls, the crystallization of the wisdom of the past sages. On this day, all kinds of secrets and legends reappeared, exposed by the people. The matter of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple was of great importance, drawing the attention of all sides. Not only were the various human races moved, even the various ancient tribes were moved. Many people wanted to stick their foot in and get a piece of the soup. However, the appearance of human emperors had truly shocked them. There were no ancestral kings who dared to come out. The lands of the Eastern Wasteland's great sage not only headed for the Central Plains, there were even people who went to the Wavering Light realm to seek confirmation, asking them what secrets there were. After all, the Wavering Light realm was involved. The southern mountains and western desert were like this as well. Many undying inheritances paid close attention, sending large numbers of experts over to investigate in detail. The entire world was shocked, paying close attention. Central Plains in particular, the 100 sects were practically boiling. They grew up in this great land and experienced too much. No one understood better than them what that ancestral temple signified. The divine dynasties that pursue longevity have too many secrets, and the ancestral temple is their most sacred land, containing endless divine treasures. During these 2 days, the atmosphere within the collapsed dragon vein was tense. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Wavering Light Holy Land that were guarding this place felt a tremendous pressure. So many people came, how could they kill them all? The world couldn't calm down. Some precious information recorded in ancient books flowed out. Not only were there all kinds of insights of the past in the ancient temple, there was also the true feather ancient scripture engraved on the walls. If the ancient temple wasn't destroyed, everything could be found. In addition, in the past, the feather transformation god dynasty searched the world, stepping into the outer realm to find all kinds of immortal materials exclusive to the great emperor, wanting to repair a green cauldron. There might be some divine objects in the temple. The original stones that contained Phoenix blood gold and Immortal Tears green gold might still be displayed in the ancient temple. If they could be found, it would be a great earthquake and incomparably wondrous opportunity. The number 1 divine dynasty that once ruled half of the Central Plains is indeed extraordinary. Even the Black Emperor was speechless. There were some secrets that even he had never heard of. What they want to repair is most likely the green copper pieces. Yifan looked at the 2 pieces of old copper in his body. In that case, if they were in perfect condition, they would be a cauldron. In the feather transformation ancient dynasty, other than their own extreme emperor weapon, they also had a broken and most mysterious cauldron. This rumor shocked the ancient races. After asking around, they finally found out about the broken green copper cauldron. No one would have thought that the various treasures and insights of the past didn't make the ancient races go crazy. Instead, when the green copper first revealed some clues, it made them unable to sit still. Even though the human race great emperor appeared not long ago and the various ancient tribes trembled, because of the broken green copper cauldron, the royal, and great races still couldn't sit still. Many people moved out. Of course, they were still very afraid. It was still because the saints didn't appear and they didn't dare to jump out. They were afraid that they would really anger the supreme existence of the human race and destroy them. That green cauldron had existed since the primordial era. Even the various ancient tribes didn't know how old it was. It often disappeared after appearing. Several ancient emperors had once searched for it. This broken cauldron had immeasurable value. It was said that it contained the secret of becoming an immortal. Brat, you have 2 pieces of green copper on you. When are you going to return this grandpa's piece? Duanda didn't let go of Yifan. One can't be too virtuous. It was clearly obtained by me, but back then you always had designs on me. If you want it, that's fine. Give me the heaven-devouring devil cover in exchange, said Yifan. After entering the ancient temple this time, if there are still pieces of the green cauldron, I don't believe that you will be able to obtain them, Duanda said indignantly. This emperor has calculated with my fingers. That broken cauldron is fated with me. The Black Emperor also came forward. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the green copper piece after entering the ancestral temple. He was a powerful competitor. Damn it, a chicken has a mouth and a duck has a mouth. Why don't you join in as well? This poor Taoist wants to collect materials. Entering such an ancient temple is undoubtedly like entering a great tomb. I need a basin of 10,000-year-old black dog blood. No, a bucket. You should contribute some. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Emperor barked and bit fiercely, fighting to the death with him. These two fellows weren't good people. They were greedy and shameless. They were born to be at odds with each other. In the words of the two spiritual children, they were born to be troublemakers. In the heart of the Central Plains, the atmosphere in the Broken Dragon Vein was extremely tense. A world-shaking battle could break out at any time. The major forces of the human race and the ancient races all rushed over to enter the ancestral temple. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands disagreed, forming a terrifying confrontation. But they themselves couldn't enter the ancient temple to retrieve the divine treasures in a short period of time. The Yuhua god dynasty has been destroyed. Their ruins should belong to the people of the world. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple. Everything depends on one's own fate. No one knew who shouted such words first. Then all the major forces and cultivators of the world shouted the same thing, forming a huge pressure. Even the four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands couldn't withstand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of the Yaoguang Holy Land's Black Golden Dragon Cauldron, Great Xia's Tai Sovereign Sword, and other Emperor weapons, the cultivators of the world would have already fought their way in. Now it was a stalemate. Peace talks. In the end, the four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands finally took a step back. They negotiated with the major forces, but their conditions were extremely harsh. They said that 60% of the divine treasures should belong to them. After all, they were the ones who dug this place out. Let's hurry up and prepare while they are negotiating. We can't fight a battle we're not confident in. We must prepare all kinds of materials, Chiluo said. Not long after, they invited the blind old man and two Tian out of their seclusion. They wanted to combine the heaven-devouring demon pot and form a perfect imperial weapon. No one could predict what kind of battle would happen, but they always felt that many things were related to Ruthless. Bringing her weapon by their side was enough to suppress the situation. I have a feeling that after this ultimate battle, we might really have to leave, Yifan said to Pang Bo when there was no one around. Time is pressing. Let's hurry up and visit all our old friends. Don't leave any regrets, Pang Bo said. He was very reluctant to leave this world. Let's be more careful. I think we might face people like Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, Yaoguang Holy Child, Tian Prince, and Huang Shudao in this battle. There will be life and death battles, Yifan said solemnly. The Central Continent's negotiations were still in progress. All parties reached a consensus. No one was allowed to bring imperial weapons or holy weapons into the ancestral temple. Whoever damaged the ancient temple would be punished by the whole world. It was because it was rumored that there were many precious wall carvings inside the ancestral temple. They were the essence comprehended by the predecessors, all of them exploring the true meaning of longevity. Every single one of them had immeasurable value. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua god dynasty spent great effort to collect them from all over the world. Some of them were even brought back from the outer realms. Every single one of them was a gem. Not a single stone carving could be lost. Yifan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that they would definitely encounter some great enemies. They were destined to fight head-on and carry out a life-and-death battle. Then, the peace talks reached a second consensus. Not everyone could enter the Central Continent's ancestral temple. Only sect master-level figures recognized by all parties had the qualifications. Otherwise, they could only kill their way in. The four great god dynasties and Yaoguang divided 40% of the quota. They weren't willing to give in anymore. The more experts that entered, the more powerful they would be. Chapter 896. The winds and clouds of the 5 regions converged on the central plains. The appearance of the ancestral shrine stirred up a huge commotion, attracting the attention of the entire world. Many cultivators were taking action, preparing to enter the shrine at any time. Although the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land were still discussing with the other parties and hadn't opened it yet, that day was not far away. I won't fight a battle I'm not confident in. The Black Emperor had already gathered a large amount of precious materials to carve runes and formations in case of need. Duan De, on the other hand, believed that there must be something extraordinary in that place. After all, it was the number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains back then. Even though it was broken, there was still a vast amount of draconic energy. Perhaps something could be bred there. The Black Emperor was easier to deal with. A while ago, when Yi Fan set up a trap to kill the enemies, he had already bought many treasures. They were all bought at sky-high prices according to its requirements. Duan De, on the other hand, was a bit more troublesome. They were all unorthodox things like Yama soil, dead spirit flower, corpse bamboo, 9 underworld embryo, and so on. What kind of messy things are these? How can we find them? The group was startled. It wasn't easy to find them. These are all priceless materials. Apart from me, even those who refine forbidden weapons will need them, so it's not impossible to find them, said Duan De. He wasn't too worried because he had already obtained one of the main ingredients, the water of the Yellow Springs. Back then, when they chased after the Netherworld soldiers in the ancient purgatory under the falling Eagle Cliff, not only did they obtain the Netherworld grass, but they also took away the entire Yellow Springs. Now, the Netherworld grass was in the Heavenly Village's cemetery. No one was willing to carry it around with them all day. Even Yi Fan's ocean-like golden blood energy was repulsive. When Yi Fan, Duan De, and the others appeared in the Heaven Square, a commotion broke out. Many people couldn't help but look over. The battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range had shaken the world. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into mountains. No one wasn't afraid, and even the ancient races were shaken. Now, very few people dared to go against Yi Fan. He had his own unique power in the world. Killing Yuan Gu, shooting down the Divine Sons, flattening the clan of the Ancients, and other magnificent feats made people realize the power of the sacred physique of the human race. The Sky Square was huge, but after searching through every nook and cranny, he could only satisfy half of Duan De's needs. The things he needed were too rare, and many of them were unheard of. As long as they were interested in something, the exchange went smoothly. Even the ancient races weren't willing to offend Yi Fan. This was especially true with the sacred prince beside him. When the two of them walked together, it was truly an awe-inspiring sight. There was an indescribable might about them. Ever since Yi Fan killed Yuan Gu, let alone the humans, even the various ancient tribes believed that he would be invincible under the heavens in the future, able to stand side by side with the son of the ancient sovereign. Yuan Gu was the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor. Although the power of his bloodline was weakened, it was not much weaker. Since Yi Fan was able to kill him, his potential should not be weaker than the emperor's son. This is the human race's holy body. I didn't see it in the last battle. The blood of the great enemy in the Broken Sky mountain range covered the mountain. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. Everywhere the group passed, there would be people discussing in low voices. This was a reputation gained through battle. From the unwillingness and provocation of the past to the fear of today, this was a great change. Is this the human race's holy body? So it looks like this. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he looks rather delicate and pretty. Is his combat strength so powerful? Some of the ancient race's young ladies were watching, their beautiful eyes flickering with splendor. There were many people in the Sky Square, and there were creatures from various tribes. Even the great sage Hunchuo thinks highly of him. Even though he is a human and doesn't stand with us, he is still appreciated by the great sage. It had to be said that Yi Fan's name had shaken the tens of thousands of races after experiencing so many battles. Many people were paying attention to him, and everywhere he went, there would be many pairs of eyes staring at him. In the end, they left this place. Duanda hadn't gathered all the materials he needed, so he still had to search for them in other places. Central Continent's ancestral temple was a special place. It had existed in the black mist for more than 200,000 years. In Duanda's words, it was comparable to the most terrifying great tomb, so they had to treat it seriously. Yi Fan and the others all believed in his abilities, so they used all methods to satisfy his needs. They wouldn't go in without complete preparations. They could already predict that many people would die this time. We still lack a dozen or so materials. I'm worried that existences like the malicious spirits will appear. It's not safe to go in without complete preparations, said Duanda. No matter, we have the source. We can bid in all the auction houses in the world, said Yi Fan. He began to use all kinds of connections to gather these materials. Afterwards, he and Pang Bo began to visit friends from all walks of life. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, Saint Wei Yi of Jadestone Square, the Jiang family, the Ji family, the Wind Clan, the Jade Pool, the 13 Great Bandits, Li Ruoyu of Humble Peak, the Skyfiend Palace, the Barbarian Race, and so on. Their schedules were full every day, and they traveled through the void unceasingly. Perhaps once they entered the ancestral temple, they would step onto the 5-colored sacrificial altar and cross over. They didn't want to leave any regrets, so they met all their old friends one by one. I should go to the Western Desert, but it's too far away and I might not be able to find her, Yi Fan said to himself. He then decided to deal with the matters in front of him first. Next, Yi Fan began to divide the treasures. He hung many weapons on the stone cliff for Tong Tong, Little K-Er, and the 2 spirit children to choose. He was about to leave, so he left behind many spiritual items. How extravagant! Even Duanda and the Black Emperor were envious and almost fought over the items with the children. Even Qi Luo drew in a cold breath. None of the items left behind by Yi Fan were inferior. They were all priceless treasures that would inevitably cause a storm of blood in the outside world. For example, there was a small black chariot. Although it was only an inch long, it was sparkling and translucent, flowing with divine splendor. This was a king's chariot obtained from Wang Tang's younger brother. The spirit children, Gu Fei and Gu Lin, were very perceptive. They activated their spiritual qi, and the small black chariot emitted tens of thousands of auspicious lights. Quickly enlarged, and they sat on it, feeling very excited. The mystic magnet mountain was something that Yi Fan had brought back from the Ziwei ancient star region. It was a very malleable divine metal mountain that could continuously grow and evolve. In particular, the mystic magnet divine light that it contained was rare in the world. Little Tong Tong loved this treasure so much that she could not bear to part with it. Other than that, there was also the Thousand Slayers Bow, the 8 Visions Palace's Diamond Chakram, and a series of other magic tools. They were all rare items, so Yi Fan kept them all. He then took out the broken purple golden hammer and gave it to Li Heishui and the others. What a good person, child of wealth. That green copper, quick. Duanda rubbed his hands. Go away. Yi Fan kept the myriad chi cauldron and other things. He couldn't give them all away because he didn't plan to give up on cultivation. He also gave some of his trump cards to these old friends. He kept all the 81 small black flags, which were personally refined by the undying Heavenly Emperor. No one could tell how powerful they were. Qi Luo and the Black Emperor deduced that if they attacked with all their strength, they would most likely be able to wipe out a holy land. Pang Bo didn't have many rare treasures on him, so there was nothing to keep. The 9 divine weapons were looted by Yi Fan from Duanda, which made the unscrupulous Taoist hate him every time he saw them. There were also a few stone nails, which were indeed divine materials. They were the tools used by the undying Heavenly Emperor to nail his coffin. They were indestructible, and their grades couldn't be seen. There was also an ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, which was given to him by Yi Fan to save his life. There was also a divine sword of hell dripping with blood. It was a damaged holy weapon that Yi Fan had seized from the Killer God Court when he was setting up a trap to kill a group of enemies. Yi Fan took out the immortal treasure map. He had obtained it from the primal chaos dragon lair and was prepared to give it to the monkey. It had once fallen into the hands of the Emperor of Fighting in ancient times. Perhaps the monkey could comprehend something from it. However, the monkey refused, saying that he could cultivate in this world and could find any divine brilliance. Moreover, the other side of the starry sky wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in, so he had to stay. Everyone gathered together to discuss what exactly it was. Qi Luo, Duanda, and the Black Emperor, the three old foxes, deduced that it was a scroll of the starry sky ancient road written by an emperor-level character. You must keep it well. You might be able to use it to find your way back in the future, everyone said, feeling somewhat sentimental. As for the Qilin divine medicine seed, Yi Fan didn't act pretentious and directly stated that he wanted to take it away. The earth's vitality might have dried up and most likely wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in. In the future, they might need the essence qi it breathed to survive. For this, he had traveled all over the north region these days and dug up countless divine sources. Everything was for the Qilin seed to grow in the future and lay down a suitable pure land for it. Other than that, he had also purchased a large number of ancient medicines and spiritual herbs. He was prepared to plant them in the source pile so that they could emit spiritual qi and evolve an environment suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan took out the last divine medicine he had on him. There were only 3 of the divine fruits he had plucked from the forbidden ancient land. He gave them to the monkey, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others to save their lives. As long as they still had 1 breath left, they would definitely be saved. Other than that, Yi Fan kept 4 drops of the True Dragon divine medicine juice and left the rest for his old friends. His 4 drops were for him, Pang Bo's parents, and the others to extend their lives. If they had white hair and didn't have much lifespan left, 1 or 2 drops would be enough. Of course, because there were also the parents of Zhang Wenchang, Louis, and the others, he specially went to purchase a large number of precious medicines to save for when they returned. On the Treasure Division Cliff, Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children all chose their favorite rare treasures. Only little Kay blinked her large eyes and wrinkled her little nose as she hugged the milk bottle. She picked left and right, dissatisfied, and didn't like anything. Finally, the little fellow stared at the bell on the Black Emperor's neck. She felt that it was the most adorable and jingled as she walked. She stretched out her little hand, wanting to take it. The large black dog's dark face instantly became even darker, and the bell immediately disappeared. He couldn't give it away no matter what. This thing had a special meaning to him. If you want the bell, that's easy. I just happen to be going to find someone to settle some scores, so I'll take the number 1 divine bell below the saint weapon for you. Yi Fan dotingly stroked her head. Not long after, their group crossed the northern plains and found the Gold Clan to settle old scores. They were about to leave, but Yi Fan directly killed his way to their door. In the past, Jin Qishao and his elder brother had tried to deal with him. Even though they were both killed by him, they were only passively fighting back and defending themselves. Fellow Yi, it was all a misunderstanding in the past. My son has been spoiled rotten. Please forgive him if he has offended you. The Gold Clan's leader appeared, and when he saw Yi Fan and the monkey coming to settle the score, his heart trembled. And now, the fame of the human race's saint physique had spread throughout the world. If they really wanted to go against a certain great clan, even powerful beings like them would feel extremely uncomfortable. In the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range, Yi Fan had caused all the great forces of the 5 regions to shudder in fear. Too many powerful cultivators had died, and now no one dared to anger him anymore. Yi Fan also didn't want to really start a war. After the other party apologized and handed over the 9 Heavens Blue Divine Bell, they left. This bell was known as the number 1 Divine Bell below the Saint Weapon, and it had been left by the Jade Drop Monarch of the Central Plains. In the past, it had been stained with blood, and later, the Gold Clan of the Northern Plains had auctioned it off and used the Divine Earth Milk to wash it clean, restoring it to its original state. As expected, when little Kay saw the small dark green bell, she immediately threw away the milk bottle happily and directly hugged the fist-sized bell in her arms. Why do I feel that there aren't enough things? Let's buy everything as long as it's a spiritual item. When we return to Earth, we might not even see a single strand of hair, Pang Bo said. In the next few days, he and Yi Fan began a frenzied sweep, buying everything they needed. And in this process, Yifan used all his power to search for little Nan Nan, wanting to find this pitiful little girl. I hope that I can find her before I leave. Nothing must happen to her. In the end, Yifan stepped onto the super formation platform that the Black Emperor had carved for him and headed to the Western Desert. This time, before he left, he wanted to see in Miaui. He didn't want to be in such a hurry like 12 years ago. The monkey set off with him. He wanted to go to Mount Meru to see his uncle. Last time in the ancient desolate forbidden land, he was in too much of a hurry and didn't ask about many things in detail. Chapter 897. Western Desert was an ancient divine land with too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere and their faith was pious. It was a land close to the gods. Amitabha the great emperor possessed great wisdom, great benevolence, and great magical power. He had left behind too many legends here and had once made a great aspiration to walk through every inch of land on foot. He personally preached and spread his teachings, creating the glory of Buddhism today. Western Desert was a great region filled with Buddhists. Even though other inheritances could enter, it was difficult for them to become mainstream. Temples could be seen everywhere, as if lotuses were everywhere. It had to be said that this was a magnificent scene. A great region only respected one type of doctrine, creating a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. This land contained endless mysteries. Arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas walked the mortal world together with all living beings. They produced miracles and saved people from suffering. It was also because of this that Buddhism became increasingly prosperous. Everyone here worshipped Buddha and were incomparably pious. There were often pilgrims who would kowtow with every step, walking towards the pure land of bliss in their hearts, Mount Meru, even though it would be difficult for them to reach it in their entire lives. From this, one could see how pure their hearts were. Everything they did was for the sake of worshipping Buddha. They had the most sacred faith. The clear, immeasurable golden body lake, the majestic Bodhisattva plateau, the majestic ancient Buddha mountain, Buddhist holy lands surged with auspicious energy all year round, attracting countless people to come and worship them. Yifan and the monkey crossed over from the eastern wasteland and entered this boundless land. It wasn't as they had imagined that there would be golden sand everywhere. Even though it was called Western Desert, there were mountains and rivers. There were quite a few deserts, but not all of them. There were large areas of fertile land, vast mountains and rivers, and there was no lack of spiritual energy and magnificent scenery. Did you notice that this land is different from the other 4 regions? As soon as they arrived, the monkey sensed something. That's right, there is an extremely pure power. Even though it is indiscernible, it truly exists. Strands of it are flowing through the entire world. Yifan was surprised. It could be said that there weren't many people who could sense this strange scene. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only the monkey and him, who were born with rare bones, could sense it. The spiritual energy of Western Desert couldn't compare to the Central Plains. There weren't as many ancestral veins and spiritual energy seeping out. However, there was an extremely pure, mysterious power pervading the air. What kind of divine power is this? Why can't we absorb it? The monkey was puzzled. Yifan was surprised and bewildered as well. No matter how he circulated it, it was difficult for him to bring a strand of the mysterious Tao energy into his body, and it was difficult for him to fuse with it and be used by Yifan. No wonder there are so many legends about the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, no matter if it's the demon race, archaic creatures, or even the mysterious divine spirits from outside the region, none of them are willing to step foot here. Along the way, they saw quite a few temples, all of them quiet and auspicious. The more such a place was, the more that mysterious power flowed about, strand after strand. This is the fluctuation of Buddha nature. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. Just how vast was the Buddhist energy needed to pervade the entire heaven and earth? It was simply vast and unfathomable. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the great Buddha Amitabha is still alive? Monkey exclaimed. When they thought of this possibility, both of them were stunned. Other than him, who else would have such an abundant amount of dermic energy that could circulate through the entire Western Desert? This was simply unheard of and exceeded the imaginations of others. From afar, the ancient temple's bell chimed, able to purify one's soul, causing one's heart to resonate with it. They couldn't help but want to convert to Buddhism, wanting to head over and pay their respects, entering the gate of emptiness. Too mysterious. Yi Fan and Monkey felt bewildered in their hearts as countless questions appeared in their hearts. The boundlessness of the Buddhist Tao caused them to feel a trace of emotion. As they continued on, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles they traveled. Finally, they saw a demon, and it was an ancient demon at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. However, it had become a protector of an ancient temple. This is too strange. Even such a huge demon was converted. Buddhism truly causes people to revere it. The monkey sighed. At this moment, they finally understood why the primordial spirit didn't come to the Western Desert to flaunt his might after he appeared. The fluctuations of Buddha nature were strange, and there was a possibility that some of them might be converted. The Alan Ancient Temple was a temple with a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed. The temple collapsed and was repaired repeatedly, but the incense offerings never stopped. It was rumored that this was one of the holy temples of Buddhism. Buddha Amitabha once stopped here to preach and discuss the Tao. It was also because of this that this place became a place of pilgrimage. In front of the ancient temple, there were many people burning incense and worshipping seriously. Smoke rose in spirals, filled with Buddha nature. There was an indescribable fluctuation in this ancient land. This place is truly not simple. It's most probably the place where Buddha Amitabha preached in the past. Yifan's eyes narrowed as he seriously surveyed the place. He and the monkey headed west and finally saw an extremely famous ancient temple. They naturally wanted to carefully observe it, but in the end, their expressions all changed. The more I look at it, the more extraordinary it seems. This was the monkey's instinctive reaction. Their embryonic bones were rarely seen throughout the ages. Only in this great era, when the princes of the supreme ancient immortal realms broke out of their seals and came to the mortal world, could they be comparable to them. Maybe only people like them, who were born with extraordinary bodies, could sense the mysteries of the Western Desert. This was especially so for this type of holy temple. There is a type of majestic aura, Yifan said. He calmed his heart and mind and carefully observed the area before him. He discovered that the simple and unadorned temple instantly erupted with endless golden light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. There was a type of golden Buddha nature radiance spreading outwards. What a powerful wave of majestic aura. Endless Buddha light illuminated everything. It was as if there was a great Buddha sitting upright, dignified and divine, inviolable. The monkey said, ordinary people couldn't see anything at all. Even if you were a great king or a saint, you could only sense a type of Buddha divinity and wouldn't see any abnormal scenes. Dang! The great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, as if it came from the ancient past. Then, chanting rang out, purifying one's spirit, making one feel increasingly tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. The others were all worshipping the Buddha statue in this holy temple. Only Yifan and the monkey stood in the distance, quietly watching. At this moment, they saw through the endless golden light and saw several old monks sitting within the ancient temple. They were bathed in Buddha splendor, their appearances dignified, not moving at all. Swoosh! The old monks all opened their eyes. It was as if they could break through the layers of the temple and also see them. At this moment, the temple pillars and walls couldn't obstruct them. There was only Buddha light between the two parties and nothing else. The two benefactors both have true wisdom roots, rarely seen since ancient times. You have seen the true nature of Buddha. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk's voice rang out. Yifan and the monkey cupped their hands in the distance and didn't say anything. Instead, they became much more vigilant. These old monks all had extraordinary powers and the Buddha sect was unfathomably deep. Then they retreated, not wishing to cause any trouble. When they turned around, it was as if there was a great Buddha sitting in the void. There was a type of strange power that was attracting them. Just now, in that moment of absent-mindedness, I actually had the thought of converting to Buddhism, the monkey said. Yifan nodded. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, revealing expressions of disbelief. They felt that the western desert was shrouded in layers of mist and that it was impossible to speculate. Do you think Amitabha Buddha is still alive? The monkey suddenly spoke. That's not too likely. This person appeared in this world countless years ago. No one can live for so long, Yifan said. Amitabha Buddha, like the other great emperors, had countless legends. It was said that he came from beyond the heavens and crossed the star domain to arrive here. He passed down his teachings and left behind an unparalleled reputation. I always felt that the western desert is very mysterious. There are strands of Buddha nature fluctuating in the entire world. Apart from Amitabha Buddha, who else could cause such abnormalities? The monkey muttered mysteriously. Don't tell me that you want to say that the great emperor of Buddhism is still alive on Mount Meru? Yifan said. Suddenly, the monkey was shocked and said, This is only the place where Amitabha Buddha preaches the Tao and imparts the Tao. Yet it is already so strange. It makes me so close to Buddha that I even felt a moment of absent-mindedness and wanted to convert. What do you think will happen if one lives in the great Thunderclap Monastery all year round? He suddenly thought of his uncle who cultivated on Mount Meru all year round. Was he borrowing the Buddhist sect's techniques to break through, or was he mysteriously enlightened? He quivered and shivered. It can't be. The victorious fighting Buddha technique transcends nature. Who can enlighten him? Now that he has entered the pure land of bliss, he should be the one enlightening others, Yifan said with a smile. The monkey said, I'm still a little worried. I went to see him in the past, but I didn't succeed. I felt an incomparable dignity and holiness lingering around Mount Meru. At that time, I felt complicated and didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, that Buddha nature is many times stronger than the Alan ancient temple. Now, even the evil subduing pestle of Buddhism is under his control. You're thinking too much, Yifan said. Maybe I'm thinking too much, the monkey said to himself. Before long, they entered the depths of the western desert and saw an ancient city. It was enormous and majestic, and their special embryonic bones immediately sensed it. They calmed their hearts and observed, and were immediately shaken. Strands after strand of Buddha nature rose up and flew in all directions. When they gathered together, it could be said that the radiance was boundless. Others couldn't see it, but Yifan and the monkey could clearly sense it. This was a boundless light that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. A rain of light gathered, covering tens of thousands of meters. There was an immortal aura, and it was extremely holy and pure. This was a strange power unique to the western desert. Right, I understand now. It's a bit similar to the aura of the great sage summoned by the evil ghost. This is pure faith power. Yifan said. This place was a famous Buddhist city in the western desert, enough to rank in the top 20. Many Buddhists gathered here, and the population was countless. The power gathered here was naturally world-shaking. From the perspective of others, they wouldn't be able to sense anything. There was no boundless Buddha light at all. However, Yifan and the monkey could see that they were both stunned. Now I believe that the power of the western desert doesn't originate from one person, but from the pure will power of millions and millions of living beings. The monkey sighed, seemingly relieved. However, Yifan's hair stood on end. Do you remember that the ancient great emperors all had techniques to extend their bodies and make them immortal? The willpower of all living beings in the western desert has been like this since ancient times. They're all chanting the name of one person. How terrifying do you think he is? The monkey's golden fur stood on end, and the worry in his heart that had just disappeared increased by countless times. He looked in the direction of Mount Meru and gasped. You're saying that from ancient times until now, with so much willpower flowing through the body of one person, Amitabha the Great is still alive? Chapter 898. The Amitabha Buddha was still alive. The moment these words left his mouth, the monkey's chi and blood surged. If this was the truth, just the thought alone was enough to make one tremble. Up ahead, boundless Buddha light condensed from the willpower of all life. It was pure and divine, illuminating the great earth with boundless brilliance. This is just a thought of mine, it can't be taken seriously. If he was still alive, how could others succeed in corroborating the Tao? Yifan said. However, there were still many doubts in his heart. The ancient emperors didn't necessarily have to corroborate the Tao in this ancient star. Some people came from outer space, and even the Amitabha Buddha himself came from outer space. The monkey's heart was heavy. This ancient star contained endless secrets. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many powerful beings had rushed over, all of them searching for something. The various races from the ancient times also came from outer space. That's true. Yifan nodded, looking pensive. However, he still shook his head. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how powerful a person was, they most likely wouldn't be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years. You don't believe me? I've always felt that the Western Desert is the most mysterious place. Other religions wouldn't be able to establish a foothold here. Everyone is pious and worshipping the Buddha. This is an unprecedented miracle. The monkey said in a low voice. There were so many people worshipping the Buddha. It had always been like this since ancient times. Everyone was chanting the name of the Amitabha Buddha. One couldn't help but feel shocked. If all of this was added to the body of a single person, perhaps they could truly become immortal. Up ahead, there was just an ancient city, yet there was boundless Buddha light soaring into the sky. If all the willpower of the past and present were added together, what kind of scene would it be? The monkey only thought about it and felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but say, "It makes one tremble and feel their hair stand on end." The Amitabha Buddha. Yifan chanted and immediately discovered that there was a mysterious power flowing. It was extremely strange. This ancient land of the Western Desert really made one feel unimaginable. Brother Monkey, most likely only you, me, Huang Shudao, and Fire Qilin can sense it. Try chanting the Amitabha Buddha and see what you feel. The monkey tried and was shocked. There is a type of divine power resonating in this land. I believe that if the people of the Buddhist sect frequently chant the words Amitabha Buddha, they would be able to add to their own magical power. That's right. That's right. The Western Desert is unfathomable, said Yifan. Because of this, I increasingly feel that Amitabha is still alive, and he's unbelievably powerful. All living beings recite Amitabha and cast his immortal body, while he bestows Buddhist energy on everyone, making his followers even more devout, forming a terrifying cycle. I don't think the Amitabha Buddha is still alive. I just think that the waters of the Western Desert Buddhist sect run deep. We shouldn't delve too deeply into it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. After all, we're in this land. Yifan had a similar feeling. Could it be that whatever we say here will be sensed by some sort of existence? The monkey looked into the void and then looked in the direction of Mount Meru. Yifan muttered to himself, the last great emperor before the primordial era was Wuxia, and the last great emperor after the primordial era was Qing Emperor. They both attained their Tao on this ancient planet, so I think Amitabha Buddha is no longer in this world. But from ancient times until now, this boundless Buddhist energy can accumulate into boundless Buddhist radiance like the vast ocean. Who obtained it in the end? And where did it all go? Asked the monkey. Yifan said, as long as it's a human, there'll be a day when they die. The other great emperors were as strong as vicious, reigning supreme in both ancient and modern times, creating all sorts of world-shaking cultivation techniques. Even divine embryos were born, opening up a different path of immortality. Why didn't they choose the path of faith of all living beings? Even someone as strong as Wuxia, who could step into the forbidden zone and trample on the great Tao, didn't choose this path. This means that it's very difficult to truly be immortal. I think it's impossible for Amitabha Buddha to live for hundreds of thousands of years because of this. This boundless Buddhist radiance and boundless Buddhist energy isn't for forging his immortal body, but for other purposes. Then tell me, the entire Western Desert is filled with such pure divine energy. Who exactly did it achieve in the end? The monkey decided to get to the bottom of it. Buddhism cultivates the afterlife. It's the most mysterious of things. Let's not make rash guesses. The waters of the Western Desert run too deep, and it's not something we can set foot into. Yi Fan warned. The monkey nodded thoughtfully, because he had the power of the Emperor of Fighting's bloodline, and now that he was in the Western Desert, he could clearly sense a mysterious power. If he continued to pursue it, he might actually provoke something. A worried expression appeared on his face as he gazed at Mount Meru. That was the center of the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, boundless Buddhist energy had been concentrated there. It truly worried him. You don't need to be worried. I think your uncle has long since discovered something. He can see more clearly than we can. Perhaps that's what attracted him, comforted Yi Fan. I hope that's the case. If there's nothing else, I won't come to the Western Desert again, unless I become a saint one day. The monkey's fiery eyes shone with divine light. The two of them continued on their way. The monkey wanted to go to the Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Yi Fan was making inquiries to find out which ancient temple and Miao was in. They were still traveling the same way. Buddhism believes in the afterlife and cultivates the Tao fruit of the future. Do you think Amitabha Buddha will appear in the future? Asked the monkey after a long moment of contemplation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He had also thought of this, but he didn't want to talk about it in the Western Desert. Every time he chanted the words Amitabha Buddha, a mysterious aura would fill the air, and he didn't want to be implicated in any karma. Don't tell me that the Sakyamuni Buddha really has something to do with Buddha? Is it because of his devil shell? Or does it have something to do with the will of the gods? Mumbled the monkey. Let's stop here. Let's talk about it when we get back. There's no need to talk about it in the Western Desert. Yi Fan stopped him. The monkey coughed dryly, ending the discussion. Yi Fan searched for Niaoyi, hoping to see her one last time. However, the Western Desert was filled with temples, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He searched for many days to no avail. He followed Niaoyi's cultivation method and searched for a few more days. Finally, he found some clues and roughly guessed where she had gone. In Buddhism, the Tao of passion and desire had undergone a process of nirvanic rebirth and transformation. From the most primitive abstinence to the cultivation of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Yi Fan speculated that since Niaoyi had come to the Western Desert, she would definitely search for the origin and explore the evolution of this method. She would most likely start with the sound, smell, and realization, which was the most primitive attitude of Buddhism toward emotion. Tracing back to the origin, it should be the Agama Sutra, the most basic scripture of Buddhism. It contained the Buddha's foundation establishment method. If Niaoyi wanted to go further, she would definitely start from the origin. Several days later, he found out that there was an ancient temple in the world known as the Agama Temple, which contained the true meaning of the Agama Sutra. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed 10,000 years ago and could no longer be found. From this, it could be seen how deep the waters of Buddhism ran. Although they all revered the Amitabha Buddha, there were also various schools of thought, and there were also areas where there were conflicts in the evolution of the teachings. They continued westward, getting closer and closer to Mount Meru. During these days, Yi Fan had been in the Western Desert, and everything he had seen and heard had impacted him greatly. This was truly a flourishing age. The Western Desert was vast and boundless, but there was only one Buddhist sect. It could be said that the power of a single sect was comparable to the combined power of all the sects in any other region. In the present age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Buddhism the #1 sect in the world. Yi Fan and the monkey visited many ancient temples and saw many reclusive divine monks, all of whom had unfathomable depths. Yi Fan had a vague feeling that the entire Western Desert was extraordinary, as if it didn't belong to this world, and might fly away in the future. Legend has it that the Yuhuaga dynasty wanted to ascend, but in the end, it was reduced to ashes. Will this Buddhist land have the same plans in the future? After all, the power of will is too vast, and this is where their foundation lies. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became, and his thoughts became more and more scattered. In an instant, he came into contact with many crucial things. Inexplicably, he realized that this was a great world, and that Buddhism was even more prepared. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly asked, "Brother Monkey, all the ancient tribes have awakened in this era. Was this part of the primordial emperor's plan? Or did the various tribes have a prior agreement and just happen to make this choice?" It was passed down by the ancient elders of the divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Chelan Cave, and other places. It could also be said that it was the result of the primordial emperor's calculations. The monkey said seriously. That's right, people had already found this place in the ancient era. As for this era, the ancient races have awakened one after another. In this case, the most crucial time has already been pointed out. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then, the divine light in his eyes was terrifying. He said, "The most heaven-defying change since ancient times will happen in this era." In the blink of an eye, he understood some innate things and thought through many things that he didn't understand. This ancient planet was definitely special. Why did the ancient emperors come here? Why did the ancient sovereigns seal their children in this era? To these people, perhaps only becoming immortals could tempt them. What else could there be other than that? In the future, a shocking change would definitely happen. Most of the great ancient emperors came from beyond the heavens, and the ancient emperors might be the same. From this, I can roughly deduce the number of great emperors since ancient times, and even how many ancient planets with life there are. The more Yi Fan thought, the more he deduced. I dare not say the entire universe because it is truly too big and boundless. But at the very least, with this ancient planet as the center, the range that it can radiate, the number of ancient planets with life, and the number of great emperors can be deduced. Moreover, the ancient starry sky path is also a key point. Is it the path in the region that this radiation can reach? Or does it have a more special meaning? Oh, this seems wrong. Laozi and Sakyamuni have been chasing after it without stopping. Half a month later, Yi Fan finally obtained clues about the Agama temple from a Buddhist disciple. It had long been rebuilt and was on the Au Highlands, adjacent to the sky. At this time, they were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Mount Meru. Yi Fan was shocked. Even from such a distance, he could feel a boundless divine might in front of him. It was majestic and imposing. In a daze, he saw a boundless Buddhist light rushing into the sky, drowning the entire world in front of him. The pure power of faith from ancient times to the present had been added to that place. It was divine and dignified. In the end, Yi Fan and the monkey separated. They each went on their own way to do their own things. The Au Highlands was so high above sea level that it made people sigh in admiration. It was even higher than the mountains in other places. Most of the year it was covered in snow and bitter cold. Now, it was the shortest time of the year when spring was in full bloom. The highlands were full of vitality. Grass sprouts broke through the soil and flowers bloomed brilliantly. The aura of life pervaded the air. Suddenly, in the distance, Yi Fan felt an indescribable power calling out to him. It was divine and auspicious, guiding him forward. It was as if he was bathed in immortal splendor and felt comfortable all over. What's going on? He didn't talk to himself and looked forward. Before long, his heart trembled violently. He felt the power of transforming into the Tao. A saint was transforming into the Tao. Benefactor from afar, this old monk has been waiting for you for a long time. There was a dilapidated stone platform in front of him. An old monk was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how many years he had lived. His flesh and bones were burning, and he was on the verge of transforming into the Tao. This was actually an ancient holy monk, also known as a Buddha. Holy monk, do you know who I am? You came from the other side of the starry sky. This old monk saw the future before I passed away and has been waiting for you all this time, said the emaciated and burning ancient Buddha. You! Yi Fan was shocked. Before this poor monk will borrow the power of the Amitabha Buddha to help you eliminate a strand of faith from an unmatched existence outside this realm, said the old monk. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient ship in the battlefield of the ancient saints outside the heavens made a light dang sound. As if it sensed something, a voice said to itself, "Is it the Amitabha Buddha?" Chapter 899. What are you talking about? Yifan was bewildered and took a few steps back. This was an ancient Buddha who had transformed into the Tao. It was surprising to see him here, and what he said was even more inexplicable. The old monk was as thin as a stick and his body was withered. He emitted bright and holy flames. His body was transparent and almost transparent. Everything inside could be seen. This stone platform was auspicious and was covered by the aura of the great Tao. It was almost crystal clear. An ancient saint transforming into the Tao was an earth-shattering event. The purest power of the Tao was circulating. This place was incomparably mysterious. There is a will wrapped around your bones. If I hadn't seen the future before I passed away, I wouldn't have been able to detect it even if I were a saint, the old monk said. His snow-white eyebrows turned into ashes in the tribulation fire. His bones were creaking and about to be destroyed. Yifan found it unbelievable. Did he have a kind of telekinesis? When did he get it? Why would it wrap around his bones? He was skeptical, but he could feel the sincerity of this old monk. There was no need to lie to such an expert who was about to transform into the Tao. Moreover, if the ancient saint wanted to harm him, a finger would be enough to kill him or even enlighten him by force. The ancient Buddha's glabella opened a slit and a ray of light shot out. It could illuminate everything and made Yifan's body transparent. He could clearly see a slender green divine chain wrapped around his left arm. A wisp of telekinesis from a supreme existence in the outer realm. When did I get entangled? He revealed a shocked expression. Could it be because of the ancient coffin pulled by the 9 dragons? Or was it related to the Chaos Star where the crocodile ancestor was suppressed? Or did he provoke something in the Ziwei ancient star region? Yifan instantly thought of all kinds of possibilities. He kept thinking and felt that everything was possible. Then, he inadvertently thought of another scene. More than half a year ago, he, Li Tian, and Yenishi had returned from the Ziwei ancient star region. They had conducted various explorations in the outer space battlefield ruins above this ancient star. First, they had obtained a god flower. Then, they had personally witnessed an ancient ship traversing from the depths of the universe. It was a small metal boat, only about 3 meters long, and it was tightly sealed. At that time, they had sensed an extremely weak aura inside, as if its life was about to come to an end. At that time, he, Li Tian, and Yenishi were all shaken. That was an ancient ship that came from the depths of the cosmos. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, as if it had experienced an endless amount of time. They didn't dare provoke it at all, quickly leaving, descending on this ancient star. Now, Yifan carefully thought about it and naturally thought of that scene. This was an existence he had come into contact with in the outer realms, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. That mysterious existence left a wisp of psyche power on me. Did something bad happen? He couldn't help but ask. I'm fine now, there's no need to worry. This psyche power can only allow him to sense your existence. After all, the outer realm is too far away from the surface. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, said the old monk. At this moment, his withered body was transforming into the Tao, continuously turning into light, turning into strand after strand of Tao laws, entering heaven and earth. His flesh and bones flickered with golden light, splitting apart inch by inch. In addition, the monastic robe on his body was clearly a holy weapon. It was also transforming along with him, turning into scarlet divine chains of order that interweaved together. What kind of cultivation realm was this? His flesh, bones, and primordial spirit burned within the fiery light, continuously transforming into the Tao. However, his face was full of benevolence, not moving at all. Even if Mount Tai collapsed, he wouldn't frown in the slightest. Right now, he was walking towards the end of his life, about to disappear from this world. Yet he looked at it so indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. This was an ancient Buddha that transcended the world. Yifan sighed inwardly. This kind of carefree ancient saint was rarely seen in this world. He never thought that the first time he met him, it would be a parting of death. He was about to see him transform into the Tao and die. Senior, please show me the right path. Help me out of this predicament. I'll help you dissolve it, The old monk chanted Amitabha. His entire body released resplendent golden light, stirring up the great Tao of heaven and earth. Buddhist fluctuations scattered across the Au Plateau. Hong, the great Tao of the entire western desert, seemed to be drawn over. The willpower of all living beings transformed into endless light. The radiance was endless, submerging the world and surging over. A great golden Buddha appeared, holding Yi Fan in its palm. Then, it stirred up the endless Buddhist light of the western desert, enveloping him within the heavens and earth. Millions and millions of rays of Buddhist light poured down on his body like a golden waterfall. This was a type of baptism. The pure willpower came from Mount Meru, like a type of supreme Tao fruit overflowing. It was difficult to describe. It cleansed his Tao bones, cleansed his flesh, and caused every inch of his body to flicker with brilliance. All flaws were healed. Chong. Yi Fan heard a light sound from within his body, as if an iron chain had been broken. He felt as if some kind of restraint had been broken. He was immediately startled. There was indeed something strange. At the same time, a green divine chain flew out. It was clearly visible within the golden Buddha divine splendor. It wanted to escape into the heavens, making zhang sounds. Golden Buddha splendor surged, imprisoning it and preventing it from escaping. The ancient holy monk had a compassionate expression on his face. He borrowed the willpower of Mount Meru to pull the green chain into his own body, transforming it into the Tao with him. Pop! A light sound rang out. The mysterious willpower dissipated, merging with the natural laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan was completely free and let out a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Senior. Pure willpower poured into his body. This was a type of gift. It washed away the impurities of the mortal world, solidified one's own Tao fruit, and purified everything. Yi Fan's body was like seven-colored glass, shining with precious splendor. His entire body was flawless and without a speck of dirt. It was as if he had become a deity, his appearance dignified and dignified. At this moment he felt even more ethereal. He wanted to force his way through this trial, defying the heavens and severing the Tao. However, the golden divine splendor flickered, and in the end he was only able to stabilize himself. At the same time, a fluctuation was transmitted from the ancient ship in the foreign battlefield. Amitabha, he has also come to this world. The Tao field is indeed the most mysterious. Using Mount Meru as the foundation, what are you trying to evolve? On the Au Plateau, on top of the ruined stone platform, the old monk transformed into the Tao in the golden Buddha flames. Most of his body was burned away, but his expression didn't change. He released a smile as pure as a baby's. Yi Fan bowed again to express his gratitude. What did Senior see? He earnestly asked for guidance. He was eager to know everything that would happen in the future. Before the flame of life was extinguished, I only saw a corner of the future. It was like a withered yellow leaf that was occasionally blown into the sky by the great wind, and I saw a wider world. However, in the end it will fall. It is only a leaf. How can it see through the entire world? It was only a moment of clarity. Yi Fan was startled. This was indeed an ancient Buddha who had achieved the Tao. He smiled faintly while transforming into the Tao. He was calm and natural, exceptionally extraordinary and refined. Buddhism talks about karma. Senior has helped me resolve my predicament, and this junior doesn't know how to repay you. For you, the effect is in the present, and the cause is in the future. For me, the cause is in the present, and the effect is in the future. The old monk's body was almost completely burned away. His Tao bones were all broken, and each of them sparkled. The Kasaya holy weapon on his body had completely turned into ashes. Senior, please enlighten me. You will bestow the grace of Buddhism upon me. I am happy to see the Dharma complete. This time I will go to the other side of the starry sky. You will be the protector of my sect. His bones were broken in the flames, but he was still peaceful and calm. He held a lotus in his hand and smiled. Yi Fan was bewildered. This old monk was indeed extraordinary. He could even foresee the faraway hometown, as expected of an ancient Buddha. Next, The old monk said something that made Yifan stagger and almost fall to the ground. He was going to take the scriptures and he was going to be the protector. Wait, what are you talking about? Don't tell me it's to go to the west to obtain scriptures or something. He couldn't bear it. The ancient Buddha smiled and shook his head, saying that he was thinking too much. There was only karma and it was also fate. It wasn't what he was thinking. Yifan calmed his heart and understood what he wanted. He revealed a strange expression. Was there really reincarnation and afterlife in the future of Buddhism? He asked seriously. The old monk said, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't believe it, then it doesn't. As time passes, there will be two identical flowers in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Senior, have you seen Gautama Buddha? 2,000 years ago, I traveled to the foot of Mount Meru and saw him coming down the mountain. This Buddha walked among the mortal world and didn't come from the Tempest Temple. He usually lived in various wild temples. Burying him on the other side of the starry sky was the only request of the ancient Buddha. He wanted to see all the true Buddha nature after death. You want to see the Dharma of Gautama Buddha. Isn't this contrary to your cultivation? Yifan was doubtful. I respect Amitabha and also recognize all the true Buddha nature. I don't know if Gautama Buddha is the demonic shell of the Buddha. I'm only looking for a lost scripture. May I ask which ancient Buddha you are, senior? Yifan really wanted to know. Buddhism talked about reincarnation and afterlife. This old monk most likely had a great background. Was he an ancient Buddha in the myths and legends? The name is fake. In the end, it's all for nothing. All the Buddhas have such a peaceful nature until they reach nirvana. There's no origin, and there's no place to go. The old monk transformed into Tao in the firelight. Divine rules of order melted into heaven and earth. Yifan was pushed into the endless distance by a gentle force. Otherwise, he would also transform into Tao. This was an earth-shattering event. The place was enshrouded in mist. The golden light of Buddha drowned the plateau in an instant. The old monk's bones were all broken. His flesh and blood turned into light. In the end, he completely transformed into Tao and was removed from the world. After a long time, Yifan walked over and picked out a sarira from the ashes. It was the size of a child's fist. It was perfectly round and sparkling. It emitted an immortal divine radiance. In the afterlife, it would exist if you believed it. Yifan was silent. In the end, he shook his head and put away the sarira. He walked on the Au Plateau and saw pilgrims one after another. They kowtowed with every step and walked toward the Au sacred lake on the plateau with incomparable devotion. Along the way, there were soft grass and cold rocks. However, they didn't think it was a hardship. Instead, they were full of spirit and had faith in their hearts. This scene deeply shocked Yifan. He fell into deep thought. The spiritual world with faith wouldn't be empty. Telekinesis was also a form of cultivation. However, those who proved their Tao couldn't believe in others. They had to believe in themselves. Perhaps for mortals, this was a form of sustenance that satisfied their souls. He couldn't help but look at the invisible Mount Meru. Amitabha was truly unfathomable. In front of him there was a sacred lake. It was clear and sparkling. This was the Au Lake on the plateau, a holy land of Buddhism. There was a temple by the lake. It wasn't grand or majestic and only occupied a small area. It was just a small temple, but it was the Ahama temple that Yifan was looking for. A beauty stood in front of the Ahama temple. She was otherworldly and auspicious. She was like a blooming lotus flower as she stood there quietly. It was in Miaui. My master transformed into Tao and saw the future. I already know that you will travel far. And Miaoi's charming voice traveled over. Her true nature was still there and she hadn't slain him yet. Afterward, the two of them didn't say anything and started to walk around the Au sacred lake. They walked side by side like a pair of Buddhas who had transcended the mortal world. Chapter 900. The Au sacred lake was clear and translucent. It was a bright pearl on the plateau. It was said that Amitabha had once bathed here and planted green lotuses. People would often kowtow to it with every step they took just to worship. Some old herdsmen would walk for years at a time, and some would even die on the way. However, they did not think of it as suffering. Instead, they savored and enjoyed the process, treating it seriously. Each pilgrimage was equivalent to a spiritual sublimation. Even though these people were covered in wounds, they would still be full of spirit the moment they arrived at Au Lake. It was as if they had accomplished the most important thing in their lives. Yifan and Miaoi walked around the lake. Neither of them spoke and just walked in silence like a celestial couple. Then they walked into the depths of the plateau. They saw some pilgrims who were incomparably pious and worshipping with their lives. Divine radiance overflowed from the top of each person's head. Their hearts were entrusted to them. This was also a kind of cultivation. Only people like Yifan could see it. The altitude here was very high. The grass on the ground was fresh and the sky was exceptionally blue. The clouds seemed to be right above their heads, as if they could reach out and touch them. Yifan and Miaoi didn't say anything this entire time. They just silently walked like that, stepping on the grass, moving side by side on the plateau, all the way until the sun set in the west. Their shadows became extremely long, scattering down an expanse of red radiance. There were some things that didn't need to be said. They walked side by side just like that. They both understood the path ahead and knew the final result. In the end, they returned to the Agama temple. Under the setting sun, the entire temple was dyed in a layer of golden divine splendor. It was exceptionally holy and beautiful. Beside them, the lake was sparkling, reflecting the blue sky and the pure white clouds. It also reflected their figures, making them look as graceful as jade. "You have to take care." Yifan looked at her in a daze. He was about to leave. He felt a bit sour in his heart. A person was so insignificant and there were many things he could not change. A heavenly chasm was about to appear. He had no choice. This was a kind of helplessness. A river of stars had cut off the future, separating the people on both sides. It would be difficult to cross even if they spent their entire lives. Looking up at the brilliant stars, they could only watch the flowers bloom on the other side. "I think I can sever my path now." And Miaoi stood by the lake, her face radiant under the sunset glow. Her eyes sparkled and eventually turned into tears. Yifan took out an ancient bronze lamp he had obtained from the ruined Thunderclap temple on Mars. It was the only intact artifact, but it was no longer flickering. He gave the green lamp to Miaoi, and a spark streaked across the wick of the lamp. They circled the sacred lake one last time, and Miaoi said softly, "Be careful on your journey." When he turned around again, that figure by Lake Au was still there. Her style was truly unmatched, becoming an eternal elegance. The entire sunset glow scattered down on her body. "I severed my path, but I forgot the past." Two streams of crystal-clear tears rolled down Miaoi's beautiful eyes. She stared blankly at the disappearing silhouette. A streak of light shot out from her sparkling white forehead, entering the green lamp in her hand. The Tao light was resplendent, and with a flicker of the wick, the lamp immediately lit up. From then on, it would shine forever, difficult to extinguish. "Who am I? Who is he?" And Miaoi was very peaceful. She looked at the figure in the distance, but she also cared about herself. Tears rolled down her face as she stood in front of the temple. The setting sun dyed her body red. Divine splendor flowed about, making her look even more otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, without a speck of dust. Hong. At this moment, auspicious signs appeared in the Au highlands. Divine lotuses appeared on the ground and Buddha light filled the sky. A mysterious aura filled every inch of space. A female bodhisattva appeared behind her. She smiled as she picked up a flower and filled the sky. She was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. 1,000 types of great Tao and 10,000 types of deities appeared. Dang! Bells rang in many ancient temples throughout the western desert. A female bodhisattva appeared with Buddha light and appeared in the sky above every temple. This shocked many people. The bell sounds were long and drawn out, under the beautiful setting sun. And Miaoi severed her path and produced a miraculous scene that appeared in the world. She was surrounded by all kinds of divine splendor. The sun, moon, and stars rotated and she became more and more holy. Only tears hung on her face as she said to herself, "I have forgotten. Then I will sever everything." Dang. Within the Au temple, the sound of the bell resounded and Buddha light flourished. Strand after strand of light shot out from the space between her eyebrows and entered the green lamp. The flame danced and became bright. I suddenly realized that the origin of Wonderful Heart was like a cracked shell. There were 6 pleasures in the dream, but after I realized it, there was nothing sacred and ordinary. And Miaoi retracted her gaze. She was dressed in light clothing and sat cross-legged on a precious lotus. Her hands formed dhyana mudras. She was elegant and otherworldly. The last 2 drops of tears rolled down her face. There was no longer a trace of sadness. On the horizon, Yifan did not leave. He stood there the entire time. When he saw the final scene, his heart ached. The setting sun disappeared and Buddha light retreated. All kinds of strange phenomena vanished. And Miaoi disappeared and a chanting sound could be heard. Yifan stood on the horizon and silently gazed at the Au sacred lake. He was like a stone statue, motionless until the stars filled the sky and the morning glow rose. After a night, he faced the rising sun and walked towards the east. He didn't use any magic or innate techniques. Although he didn't kowtow with every step he took, he was like a pilgrim walking on ascetic steps. What he prayed to wasn't a god, it wasn't the Amitabha Buddha, it wasn't any emperor either. In the center of his brows, there was always a tiny golden figure. That was him. I'm unrivaled in this world. I can shatter everything. I can change everything. Even if ancient emperors appear again, they wouldn't be able to obstruct my footsteps. Several days later, his footsteps grew faster and faster. He didn't use any secret arts or divine energy, but he was like the wind. There was an indescribable Tao circulating around him, allowing him to traverse several miles with a single step. At this moment, Yifan was immersed in a unique, miraculous state. His body was one with the heavens and earth. Although he stood on the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation, he could see everything in the 3rd level of Immortal Foundation. Ahead, there was still a heavenly moat that he couldn't cross. His obsessions obstructed him, he couldn't sever his Tao. Another 2 days passed and he completely awoke. His body was light and his entire body was glowing with light. It was like he had undergone a rebirth and his sea of consciousness was brimming with energy. Is this a different type of pilgrimage for me? Yifan mumbled to himself. After that, he no longer delayed and took out the formation platform the Black Emperor prepared for him. Today, he flew back to the eastern desolate lands. The Central Prefecture Ancestral Temple was a place that caused all cultivators in the world to go crazy. It was filled with temptation, ancient scriptures, immortal materials, insights gained by the predecessors, the green cauldron that existed since the ancient times. As long as one obtained one of these, it would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. No matter how dangerous it was hard to resist the thirst of people. They were like moths flying into a flame. Many people who had been in closed-door seclusion for many years and were thought to have died long ago all appeared, wanting to enter the ancestral temple to take a look. During these days, the 5 regions were in chaos. Experts from all directions moved out to the central prefecture, wanting to excavate this ancient ruin that had been covered in dust for over 200,000 years. We must obtain the damaged green cauldron. This was the only goal of the various tribes in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This was especially so for the various royal clans. They wanted to uncover the secret to becoming an immortal. The ancestral kings didn't dare to come out, but their descendants all moved out. The curtains finally fell on the negotiations between the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land. The seal on the ancestral temple would be opened in a few days, and those who had the qualifications could enter. Yifan returned with a calm heart. He had adjusted all his emotions. No matter how reluctant he was to part with his old friends in this world, he had to leave. Regardless of whether his parents were still around or not, even if it was all for naught, he still had to go back and take a look. This was an obsession in his heart that was difficult to sever. The heavenly village was still the same. The monkey had returned a few days before Yifan. His worries didn't come true, and there was nothing strange about his uncle. Nothing bad should have happened. After Yi Fan returned, he found Pang Bo and told him that once he entered the ancestral temple, he must not separate from him and that the two of them should move together. The ancient Buddha passed away and didn't mention Pang Bo returning. This made him somewhat worried, afraid that something unforeseen might happen. Are we really going to use the last battle to leave? Can't we stay? Within the heavenly village, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were all very sad and unwilling to part. These days, Ji Ziyue didn't come again. She said that she would go on that day to send them off. She had lost her usual smile. I say, brat, if you really want to leave, can't you give birth to a sage physique Dao fetus first? How about this, I'll go and catch one for you, I'll go all out. The big black dog said. His words made everyone laugh in anger, and it diluted the gloominess of the parting quite a bit. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty would open in 3 days. At that time, heroes from all walks of life would gather in the middle state, and the world would be stirred up. Yi Fan, the monkey, Duanda, and the others set off in advance to avoid accidents and miss the time. They had to make sufficient preparations outside. Not everyone could enter the ancestral temple. Only a very small number of people in the 5 regions were qualified to enter. This was the result of the discussion between the various sections. Except for the immortal sects, it was very difficult for others to get a share. With the immortal inheritance, as the representatives of the world, they could naturally suppress everything. Even if the other small sects wanted to object to this decision, it was useless. Of course, if individual cultivators were strong enough, they could also enter, but they had to pass several difficult tests and fight in exchange for the right to enter. As soon as Yi Fan arrived in the middle state, he attracted the attention of the people of the world. The 4 god dynasties directly sent him a letter, inviting him to explore the ancestral temple together. He immediately obtained the right to enter. After that, the monkey, the heavenly prince, Huang Shudao, Hualin Huaqilin, Taoist divine silkworm, and the other ancient princes were also announced to have the right to enter. Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were dissatisfied. They actually didn't even have the right to enter. The Black Emperor and Duanda even clamored, saying, "Damn, can't we kill our way in? Let's form a pair and turn the world upside down." If one wanted to enter, the conditions were extremely harsh, and it naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the people of the world. However, the people soon fell silent again. This time, apart from the 4 god dynasties and the light-shaking realm, even the other immortal holy lands only had a few slots. Many great sects only had a single sect master who could enter. One could imagine how precious those confirmation letters were. This was a kind of acknowledgement, a joint acknowledgement of the power and status of the various great sections. I can't wait. I hope the heavenly prince can enter and settle his grudge with him. The monkey said, I hope Wang Tang will appear, and I hope even more that the other 2 divine sons and goddesses of the Killer God dynasty will appear to take revenge. Li Heishui and Jiang Huiran said, I have a premonition that Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman will definitely appear. Pang Bo said, there were still 3 more days before the opening of the ancestral temple. Experts were as common as clouds outside the former number 1 ancestral vein of the Central Plains. Various heroes had appeared, and even large groups of experts from the various ancient tribes had arrived. The Central Plains dragon vein was filled with a sea of people. The clouds moved from all directions and gathered here. Chapter 901. Have we prepared everything? Yi Fan asked. This matter was of great importance, and life and death could be decided at every turn. They couldn't afford to be careless. There should be no problem, Pang Bo said. Everyone had adjusted themselves to their peak state and were only waiting for 3 days to enter. What about Old Blind and Tu Tian? Yi Fan asked. The others were startled when they heard his words. They immediately knew what he wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon in? However, this was a taboo. The sects had stated clearly that they couldn't use it, or else the world would kill them. It's hard to use it in this place. If we let the cat out of the bag, there will be great trouble. I think there will definitely be people who set up detection formations when we enter, Li Heishui said. We don't have to use it. I just feel that this place is too unusual. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of palpitation, Yifan said with a frown. He felt that it was better to bring the ultimate weapon as a precaution. Let this emperor think. Is there any way to hide the aura? Although the Black Emperor was usually unreliable, that was only to others. When it came to his own safety, this dog thing would think more thoroughly than anyone else. Do you have a premonition? The monkey asked. At their realm, sometimes, their instincts were even more accurate than some powerful predictions. No. Yifan shook his head. He was only a bit worried. Last time, I killed so many people in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Will someone plot against me? You are worried that the Central Prefecture's ancestral temple is a huge scam. This can't be. Could it be that they want to capture all the experts in the world? Who would be so daring? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't think so. Yifan shook his head. Then, he rubbed his chin and said, I'm just worried that someone will use this ancestral temple to set up a trap specifically to deal with me. That makes sense. Who knows, someone might really want to imitate the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range. If that's the case, there will be great trouble. It's safer to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon. Pang Bo nodded. After this emperor racked his brains, I finally recalled all of the details of a formation. Can be of great use and it can conceal all auras. No formation patterns can be sensed, said the Black Emperor. It was the heaven-deceiving formation. Back then, Emperor Wuxia was often struck by lightning. To prevent others from being affected, he created a strange formation that could hide all auras. In the end, the heaven-devouring devil jar perfectly fused together, and the Black Emperor used a mysterious formation to conceal its aura. Bringing it along was enough to make people feel at ease. Even if a shocking change happened, they would not be afraid. Duanda frowned and said, There's a material that I haven't collected. I only got a substitute, but I still feel that it's not right. You still haven't collected all of them after so many days? Yifan was shocked. He had spent a lot of resources to let him go to the big auction houses to bid. We're still short of Yama soil. It's extremely rare and difficult to collect, Duanda said. It doesn't matter, said Yifan. We still have 3 days. If we can't find it in the Eastern Barren Land, we can search the Central Plains auction houses. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Chiluo said. Now, the winds and clouds of the world gathered in Central Continent's ancestral temple, attracting people from all walks of life. There was a temporary area outside the former First Dragon Vein that could be exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was only a few dozen li from here. Outside the first ancestral vein, hills rose and fell. All of the great mountains had been cut off. No one could imagine just how terrifying that mysterious night that shocked all of history was. There was a valley that was especially spacious. Now there was a sea of people. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream. All the major corporations and auction houses had made ample preparations. It could be said that they knew how to do business. They had transported all kinds of rare treasures to this place, and all of them were items needed for the exploration of the ruins. An old man passed by and brushed shoulders with Chiluo. The old assassin's expression became incomparably solemn. He had received a secret report and pulled Yifan and the others to the side. He transmitted his voice to them and said, This time, it's really not good. Hell and the human world have sent out a few old assassin kings. They are determined to eliminate Yifan to avenge the hatred from last time. I'll be fine. You guys, on the other hand, must pay more attention. Yifan's expression didn't change. He had long since anticipated that there would be a bloody battle this time. It wouldn't be so easy to ascend the rainbow altar. Within the valley, there were emerald bamboos everywhere. Mountain springs gurgled and spiritual energy was rising. It was quite extraordinary. Not only were there many human experts, but there were also many ancient race experts. Although the magical treasures were directly displayed on the stalls, their prices weren't cheap. Many of them were treasures that were too much for the eyes to take in. Many of the stalls attracted many people to stop in their tracks. The Black Emperor bought some more materials continuously. Meanwhile, Duanda picked left and right but still couldn't find the Yama earth he needed. This kind of thing could only be discovered and not sought. Sacred Prince. An ancient race expert approached and respectfully greeted the monkey. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice. Is that so? I understand. Many thanks to your race. I will definitely repay you in the future. The monkey nodded. What's wrong? Yen Ishi asked. The Heaven Prince can't forget about me as well. As for the other few old experts of the ancient race, they want to target Yifan and kill him inside. Their backgrounds aren't small at all. Monkey said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now that Yifan's name had shaken the world, normal people wouldn't dare to face him head-on and would all retreat. Those who wanted to take action against him were definitely people with shocking backgrounds. Central Continent's ancestral temple was filled with killing intent at every step. There would be a rain of blood and foul winds. It was even more serious than they had imagined. Nothing much, just let them come. Yifan didn't care in the slightest. Duanda snorted coldly and said, These people truly don't know the difference between life and death. They still want to kill people inside. They simply don't know how terrifying the ancestral temple is. It has been surrounded by Yin energy for more than 200,000 years. How can it still be a holy temple? It's comparable to the tombs of ancient emperors. After entering, they will pay with their blood. A clamor came from up ahead. Many people were standing in front of a stall and two parties were bidding for a weapon. Many people had gathered around. Yifan and the others also came to watch. Duanda couldn't shift his eyes away and quickly squeezed in. He picked up a magical treasure that looked like the dark Azura Hall and placed it in his palm. It was filled with dense Yin energy and curled up with strands of black mist. Taoist priest, we are bidding. Do you also want to interfere? Someone said coldly from the side. Bid. Duanda didn't even raise his head and directly transmitted his voice to Yifan, telling him that this was a forbidden weapon forged from Yama soil. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. His cultivation wasn't high and he had always been a refiner since his ancestors. This weapon couldn't be considered a masterpiece and was forged from a strange bloody mud he dug out from a strange mountain. He didn't expect it to be so popular here. What a waste of natural resources. This is Yama soil. He doesn't know its value at all. It has great uses like suppressing evil and was almost wasted by him. This was Duanda's evaluation. At the same time, he realized that there were many strange people in the world. He wasn't the only one who knew what was good. There were others who recognized it as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid like this. One of the parties was actually the ancient race. It was formed by a dozen or so experts. Obviously, there were experts among them. The other party's background wasn't small either. It was actually a holy land of the eastern wasteland, the Wind Clan. Yifan went forward and put down a fist-sized divine source on the straw mat. It immediately caused a commotion. No one had thought that a broken palace filled with Yin energy would be worth so much. The other two parties realized that someone who knew what was good had come. They didn't hide it anymore and said that it was a treasure. They clearly wanted to get it and increased the price. The ancient race naturally didn't lack divine source. They were even more generous and outbid Yifan. He smiled and immediately took out a small piece of Daluo silver essence and put it on the ground. The appearance of this divine material immediately caused a commotion. This was a truly rare treasure that was hard to find in this world. It should be far more valuable than that palm-sized palace. Someone recognized Yifan and said in a low voice, "It's the human race's divine physique." Both the ancient race and the Wind Clan's expressions changed. Many people surrounded him. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Now that Yifan's name had shaken the world, many people were astonished. Not everyone had seen him before, so they all wanted to see what he looked like. He's the one who led tens of thousands of cavalry to flatten the Huanggu family in the north? Many people gasped. It's him. He killed the Saint Child, Yuan Gu, and the Divine Child. In the Battle of the Broken Heaven Mountain Range, he even soaked the Black Mountain with blood. Many people couldn't help but retreat in awe. On the side, the dozen or so ancient race experts had serious expressions. There were experts like Duanda among them. They clearly had a great background and an extraordinary identity, but at this moment they were also frowning. On the other side, a girl from the Wind clan walked out. She wore a multicolored mask and had a graceful and beautiful figure. She had an exceptional charm and was like a goddess. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an incomparably complicated light. It was the Wind clan's princess, Feng Huang. Only after cultivating to this step did she understand how childish her words were back then. In the past, her ambitions were higher than the heavens. She refused the marriage alliance and didn't even place those who could grow into great divine physiques in her eyes. Now, thinking about it, she could only sigh. Although her aptitude was astonishing and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, when she cultivated to this level, she deeply understood how difficult this path was. Even the golden-winged little Peng King had fallen. Her words back then were too excessive. After so many years, her ears were filled with rumors about Yifan. Even if she didn't want to hear about it, it was impossible. The divine physique Yifan had grown step by step. From being viewed as an enemy by all sides to shaking the world in battle after battle, he had established an unrivaled legend. This made her feel bitter. In the current world, if one were to talk about the younger generation and those who could prove their Tao, there was no need to mention Yifan. Who would dare to overlook him? Back then, she did not give any face to the supreme divine kings and her grandfather, the Wind clan lord. She raised her arrogant head and looked down on Yifan, who had an unpredictable future. More than 10 years had passed. Yifan advanced firmly with every step. He fought for a brilliant reputation and stirred up the world. He had already drawn the attention of the world and written his own undefeated legend. Looking back, she could only sigh. Back then, she was too arrogant and did not know how cruel the emperor's path was. Now that she thought about it, she wanted to say something, but it was difficult for her to say it. Whatever, we don't want this Yama Earth anymore. The dozen or so ancient race experts with great origins turned around and left. It was impossible for them to take out the everlasting silver essence. They felt that the gains did not make up for the losses. Not everyone was like the Yuan Taoist master who could find divine materials. Those are experts from a few great king clans. They are a group of terrifying figures, yet they are giving up just like that? Someone recognized their identity and was incomparably shocked. When the others heard this, they also sucked in a cold breath of air. Recently, they had heard that there were more than 10 powerful king clans and great clans that each sent out an expert to form a group of people. They never expected it to be them. Even these types of figures didn't face the divine body head-on. His fame has spread far and wide. Someone sighed with emotion. On the side, the phoenix's entire body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light. She stood there quietly and listened to everyone's words without moving. Clan Lord. Right at this time, the Wind clan lord appeared. The clan's people greeted him together. Yifan also heard this. He stood up and looked towards the crowd. He first saw the Wind Phoenix, and then he saw an awe-inspiring middle-aged man. I pay my respects to Senior. The Wind clan lord showed him kindness. No matter what happened later on, he would never forget the other party's assistance when he broke through the divine body's curse. When I see you again, I truly know that I am old. After this trip to the central continent, I will go into seclusion. The Wind clan's divine master sighed with regret. In the past, Yifan was only in the 4 extreme secret realms, yet now he was already able to advance smoothly, reaching this step. He was now on equal footing with the various divine masters. He couldn't help but sigh at the passage of time, the glory fading far away. The new generation replaced the old. Huang why didn't you greet me when you came? The Wind clan's divine master looked towards the Wind clan's heavenly genius goddess, the Wind Phoenix. Chapter 902. The multicolored mask covered her peerless face. Multicolored light flowed around her. Paired with a pair of limpid eyes, there was a different kind of charm. The Wind Phoenix walked forward with a slender and graceful figure. Greetings, Brother Yi. She spoke calmly, but her eyes no longer had the arrogance of the past. She had put away all of her pride. Yifan returned the greeting. He didn't hate the past. In the past, The princess of the Wind Clan was as proud as a little phoenix. She held her head high and didn't spare anyone a glance. Her style and attitude were related to the environment she grew up in. The Saint Lord of the Wind Clan sighed inside. They could have been very close to Yi Fan. In the next 10,000 years, the entire eastern wasteland and the world would belong to them and be branded with the Wind Clan's brand. But now it was too late to say anything. This was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Naturally, there were all kinds of people. Many people and ancients stopped to watch, and many people were discussing in low voices. This is the Wind Clan's princess, a pearl of the eastern wasteland. She was found to have rare talents since she was young, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, she was too arrogant and looked down on all men. She made a wrong decision in the past. You're talking about the matter of her rejecting the marriage alliance, right? Otherwise, a great completion Saint Physique would be tied to the Wind Clan's war chariot. Now, Yi Fan has caught up and is on par with the ancient emperor's son. His future is glorious, and no one can stop him. Although she is a genius, she is still a bit lacking. The Wind Phoenix heard these discussions and clenched her fists. Her slender and smooth fingers were a bit white, but in the end, she sighed and was filled with a sense of helplessness. Now, who in the same generation could compete with Yi Fan? Only the ancient emperor's son was undefeatable. He had long since stood at the peak of the younger generation. This time, only people like Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm Taoist, the celestial prince, and Huang Shudao were qualified to enter the Central Plains ancestral shrine. This was the recognition of the world and was on par with the ruler of the divine dynasty. As for the other people of their generation, no matter how talented they were, they had to carve out a bloody path for themselves and compete for the qualifications to enter. Phoenix was no exception. It had only been a dozen or so years, but Yi Fan was already able to stand on equal footing with all the Saint Masters. No matter where he was already on equal footing, and seniority was not a problem at all. Moreover, this was only a change in status. In terms of cultivation, even the Saint Lords would have to lower their heads. This was a height that was difficult for people of the same generation to reach. The Wind Phoenix felt a wave of bitterness. When did this type of change happen? Even her grandfather, a great lord of a generation, had to walk side by side with Yi Fan. Even his words became much more careful, and he no longer acted high and mighty. This was a powerful blow to her. Can we use so much Yama soil? Yi Fan turned around and asked Duanda. Fatty Duan was the same as the large black dog. Once he saw something good, he couldn't move. It was very difficult to make him spit it out when it was in his hands. He shook his head repeatedly and said it was barely enough. When Yi Fan heard this, he knew that there was definitely a lot of it that couldn't be used up. This shameless bastard wanted to stuff his pockets and hide it for future use. Immediately, he broke off a small piece and handed it to the Wind Tribe's patriarch. The vendor's cultivation was not high, and his skill in tool forging could not be considered profound, but he still had good judgment. He had long since understood that the Wind Tribe was interested in his materials, and not the finished product. He smiled bitterly as he watched the palace made of blood mud being pinched open just like that. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Wind Phoenix received the Yama soil and stood with her grandfather. She watched in a daze as Yi Fan and the others left, various emotions surging in her heart. Every step on the path of cultivation is very difficult. The Wind Tribe's Saint Master sighed softly. The valley was very spacious, and there were many stalls. There were also some floating palaces that belonged to the various great corporations. They were selling all kinds of precious materials here. It could be said that the influence of the Central State's ancestral temple was really too great. A man with a head of long blue hair stood in front of them. He had an extraordinary aura, and he was facing Yi Fan and the others alone. It was as if he was a divine mountain that was lying there. His eyes were very bright like two divine lamps, and it was as if he could see through the souls of others. His physique was strong and slender, and it was masculine and powerful. A ring of divine light seeped out and enveloped his body. Could be said that this man was outstanding. Some people could be seen at a glance even if they stood in a boundless sea of people. Without a doubt, the man in front of them was like this. He transcended above the masses and attracted countless gazes. He had the bearing of an emperor, and he was like an immortal ancient god. Fire Qilin's son. Even though he had never seen him before, Yi Fan immediately guessed that this was the son of the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient emperor. His aura was even stronger than that of Yuangu and could be compared to that of the monkey. That was the blood of the ancient emperor. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but in Yi Fan's ears, it was like a roaring tsunami. He felt a powerful potential, as if a great emperor was hibernating in his body and could revive at any time. Yama soil. He spat out these words. He was actually going to take action for this rare material and block their path. The son of the ancient emperor was extremely terrifying, and he was much stronger than the 8th generation of the Yuan emperor. The monkey's terrifying bloodline power was not an exception, and the true princes were all like this. In the eastern wasteland, inside the supreme mystery sect, the 108 main peaks had a myriad of phenomena. There was purple mist rising, and this was a sign that a great sect was at its peak. A blue-robed man stood outside the supreme mystery sect. He was like a banished immortal as he gazed at the 108 main peaks and stared at the most magnificent of them all. Goodbye, Xingfeng, who gave birth to me and raised me. I will go on a long journey. If I can return alive, I will make the supreme mystery sect rule over the entire ancient planet. I will break the chains of fate and fight with my blood. I will eventually return. Hua Yunfei said in a low voice. He then muttered to himself, let the world humiliate me, hate me, and bully me. One day, I will destroy everything. In the supreme mystery sect, a sigh came from the noble peak. A voice rang in his ear. Come back. Hua Yunfei was shocked. He quickly retreated and quickly went far away. He said, no, I will wash away everything and kill all my enemies. In the Yaoguang Holy Land, in front of a black cauldron, a young man stood alone. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was loose. He gazed into the distance at the central plains. His eyes were deep, as if he was overlooking the chess game of the world. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron flashed with lightning and thunder, emitting strands of divine might. However, it did not harm the man in the slightest. It was as if the cauldron was naturally one with him. Others could not get close, but he was not one of them. Yao Guang's holy sun revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he sat on the throne that only sacred leaders of Yao Guang could sit on. No one in the huge palace said anything. In the eastern wasteland, there was an ancient palace that was built from the skulls of kings. There were also holy bones that covered the ground and flickered with immortal light. This was the human world. An old voice traveled over. It was like the demonic voice of the 9 underworlds, making people tremble. This palace has always been lacking something. I have thought about it again and again. The only thing missing is the skull of a holy body. Please do not worry, Killing Saint. We will definitely take his head and not let him escape again. We will wash away the humiliation and make the murderous aura of this palace even stronger. Almost at the same time, the murmur of a demon came from the ancient palace in hell. The murderous aura swept across the past and the present like a surging ocean, proving the Tao by killing. In the north region, on a tall mountain, the heavenly prince looked down at the middle state. His eyes were cold, and he laughed coldly. I'm coming. On this day, the various tribes of the 10,000 ancient races and the territories of the great sage of the human race were all in high spirits. Their elites moved out together and hurried to the middle state. In the valley outside the ancestral vein of the middle state, the large black dog bared his teeth and said, You want to fight against us alone? My elder brother doesn't mean that. Hualin appeared. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind like the essence of the sea. Her skin was as white as jade, and she was as beautiful as a jade statue. She was the only daughter of an ancient emperor. Her bloodline was noble, and she had already walked very far on the path of cultivation. Her strength was unfathomable. There were countless pairs of eyes watching from the various ancient tribes. Even the great sage Hunchuo had proposed marriage for his great-great-grandson. The young elites of the various tribes and the king tiers with the greatest potential all wanted to form a marriage alliance. Is that so? I feel that he wants to exercise his muscles with us. I don't mind accompanying him, the monkey said forcefully. Brother Yi, Holy Imperial Prince, we meet again. Hualin-er's smile was very enchanting. The corners of her lips were curved, and her snow-white teeth shimmered in contrast with her red lips. She exuded an intoxicating elegance, and her long blue hair shone like ripples of water. Yifan returned the greeting. One wouldn't hit someone who was smiling at him. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the Fire Qilin Cave was extremely terrifying. There were 2 children of the ancient emperor's direct line of descent here, which was very frightening. However, the Fire Qilin Z was very indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any good feelings towards them. They had come here because they had received a report that there was Yama soil here. It was a pity that Yifan and the others had obtained it first. Sai, we are actually allies. In the end, we ascended the same altar at the same time. Hualin-er's smile was very brilliant. She said that a powerful ancient king in the tribe had seen a corner of the future when he passed away, and they had fought together. Yifan's heart trembled, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there were people who had crossed the domain of stars and left this world with him this time? What kind of people were they? It was difficult to determine if they were friends or foes. They definitely couldn't bring the chaos of war to the other shore. Actually, we don't have any other intentions in coming here. If we really end up clashing with each other after entering, let's not kill each other, said Hualin-er. She didn't ask for more Yama soil and left with her brother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Central Continent's ancestral vein opened, and various heroes appeared. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, and the others chose to stay outside in the end. This was the old assassin Qi Luo's warning, and it was also the order of the 13 great bandits. It was clear that they had all realized something, and it was best not to take risks if they could avoid entering. That was because there were already a few powerful figures who had fallen in the qualification battle alone. Those who could enter were definitely fierce individuals, and the ancient temple was filled with dense yin energy. It was truly terrifying. Yifan, Pangbo, the monkey, Duanda, the Black Emperor, the old blind man, Qi Luo, and the others traveled together. Even Tu Tian didn't enter. The goddess furnace and underworld soul-suppressing pagoda were naturally brought along with them. Wait a moment. There's still me. The barbarian appeared. He hurried over from the southern mountains and met up with them. He secretly informed them that he had brought the Wolf Fang Club, a flawless sacred weapon. Extreme Dao weapons and several sacred weapons accompanied them. This immediately boosted the courage of the group and made them fearless. At the final juncture, Ji Ziyue appeared and insisted on joining the group. She said softly to Yifan, I want to send you off. The ancient ancestral temple had been sealed for more than 200 years, and now, someone finally stepped inside. Apart from the main entrance, there were many small doors lined up side by side, and all of them could be entered. People fought to be the first to enter. The first batch of people that entered numbered in the hundreds, and all of them were experts. However, at this moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Miserable cries rose and fell. The entire ancestral temple became even darker, and pairs of eyes lit up. More than half of those who entered died. Their bodies were all shriveled up and turned into human skin. Even their bones had been eaten by something. Not good. Fatty Duan's expression immediately sank. Chapter 903. The dusky heaven ascension ancestral temple grew even darker at this moment. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After the miserable screams, there was only deathly silence. Everyone halted their steps as their bodies turned cold. Floated out. Finally, someone trembled as he pointed to the front. His face was filled with terror. That was a human skin floating in the air. It was like a piece of paper with no weight at all as it floated down to the ground below their feet. It was as though the human skin had been flattened. Their facial features were deformed and filled with malevolence. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just entered the temple and a group of people died at the same time. This ancient temple was far more sinister than what they had imagined. Where was the flesh and blood? Where were the bones? Why did they all disappear? Only the human skin seemed to be intact. What happened exactly? What kind of evil spirit was there exactly? Through the temple gate, one could see numerous pairs of eyes flickering in the darkness. After that, they gradually dimmed before vanishing into the depths of the temple. This caused people to feel a chill. The ancient temple was extremely bizarre and difficult to see through. They couldn't see clearly what was inside. Many people were trembling. This was just the temple gate. Only heaven knew what else was in the depths of the darkness. It had been shrouded in demonic mist for over 200,000 years. Nobody knew what had happened. I give up. I'm not going in anymore. Many people decisively made their decision. Divine treasures might be valuable, but if they lost their lives, that would truly be lamentable. Some people were very straightforward and left the group, walking back. No one mocked them. Knowing when to give up was also a kind of realm, a kind of intelligence. There's no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation characters among those who died. Someone sighed. Behind them, there were even more people watching as they all frowned. Some old men squatted on the ground and observed the human skin. They didn't see any flaws, not even a wound. These people seemed to have shed a layer of skin and underwent a transformation, their true bodies vanishing. They must have died. That fluctuation of divine sense earlier was the final struggle of their primordial spirits. Someone spoke with certainty. Although something strange happened, it was impossible for people to stop here. Some people had cold expressions on their faces as they took out their own treasures. The treasures hovered above their heads, illuminating the surroundings as they walked resolutely towards the ancient temple. Their weapons flickered with divine splendor. Streaks of splendor descended from above their heads, illuminating the path ahead and illuminating everything inside the temple. It was completely empty, nothing at all. Us cultivators, if we want to succeed, we must advance courageously. How can a trifling ancient temple block our path? An old man said in a deep voice. He and the others quickly disappeared into the darkness. This time, there were no screams. They quickly passed through the first academy and disappeared into the darkness. The ancient temple was really strange. The second floor seemed to cover up everything. The people outside could not hear any sound or see any light. It was as if the two sides were completely isolated. Many people were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see if it was good or bad before making a decision. However, right now it was hopeless. Just waiting wasn't a solution at all. Because if those people succeeded, they would definitely clean out all the rare materials and they wouldn't be able to get anything. Let's go. Since we've come all the way here, we can only go on our own. Otherwise, it would be too regretful. More people chose to move forward, unwilling to fall behind others. Because this was the ancestral temple of the number 1 god dynasty of the Desolate Era. It was fine if there were no magical artifacts inside. But if there were any, it would definitely be a world-shocking divine artifact. Yifan, Pangbo, Monkey, and the others also walked towards the temple gate. The Black Emperor first confirmed that there were no killing arrays inside the temple gate, and then he let Duanda walk at the front. Could be said that this was his domain, and no one else could compare to him. This is a temple world. It's vast and boundless. After Duanda entered, his expression immediately became gloomy. From the outside, it looked like an ancient temple, but after entering, they discovered that this was a terrifying group of small worlds. Each courtyard was a world, connected together, and it was magnificent to the extreme. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Yuhua god dynasty was really generous. In the past, there must have been an existence with unparalleled magical power who didn't hesitate to exhaust his source energy to evolve so many small worlds. The so-called ancestral temple was unfathomable. Even if there is a wall separating us from the courtyard, if we don't enter, we won't know what happened on the other floor of the ancient temple because there is actually a small world between us. Duanda continued, Everyone discovered that it was impossible to fly over, let alone climb over the wall. There was a spatial enchantment, unless one shattered the vacuum and blasted it open. However, no one dared to be rash in such a place. In the past, the Yuhua God dynasty ruled half of the central continent. If their most sacred place was destroyed, only God knew what kind of shocking changes would happen. This is equivalent to a maze. It's so vast, there are so many ancient temples, and so many small worlds that are connected. At the end, we might get lost, the big black dog said, solemnly reminding everyone. In front of them, it was pitch black. The courtyard was quiet and silent. No one spoke. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they walked towards the second floor step by step. On the ground, there were pieces of human skin scattered over a large area. Clearly, the first batch of people had almost all died. All of them were spread out on the ground like ferocious scrolls. The blind old man said, "The Yuhua God dynasty is very mysterious. Legend has it that many of their enemies directly ascended when they died, evaporating from the world. Occasionally, they would leave behind beards and hair." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only a piece of skin was left. The blood and bones had disappeared, but there wasn't much of a difference. It was really as if they had ascended in a strange ancient temple. It was terrifying. Whoosh! A snow orchid on Duanda's body lit up. It turned from pure white and flawless to crimson like blood, emitting a demonic light in the darkness. At this moment, they had already arrived in front of the courtyard door of the second floor. Most of the second batch of people who entered are also dead. Only the thick smell of blood can cause the snow orchid to change color, he said solemnly. He squatted down to examine carefully and discovered a few strands of blood flowing out from the gap of the closed door. Everyone's hair stood on end. Those who entered just now were all powerhouses, and there was no lack of supreme mighty figures. Could it be that they all died? Creak, creak. From a distance, Duanda pushed open the door of the second floor with his divine power. In an instant, the pungent smell of blood rushed over. It was pitch black inside, and it was deathly quiet. They sucked in a cold breath of air. Apart from the human skin that covered the ground, there were many snow-white bones that were dyed with wisps of blood. There were also many pieces of flesh that were torn apart, and quite a few intestines and other things flowed out. It was an incomparably bloody scene, too horrible to look at. Those who just went in are all dead. Ordinary people had turned into human skin. Those older generation powerhouses were powerful. After struggling and resisting, they were all torn apart by something. Duanda pinched a pitch-black flower between his fingers. It looked like it grew in the netherworld, and it actually affected one's soul and made them want to fly in involuntarily. This was the dead spirit flower, and it grew in the pit of 10,000 people. It had the heaviest aura. He shook his hand and threw the dead spirit flower in. The pitch-black flower landed in the courtyard, and there was no change. It didn't move at all, and it was the same even after a long time. "It's not a dead spirit or a ghost. There's something alive here," Duanda said solemnly. There was something alive in an ancient temple that had been sealed for more than 200,000 years? This news was shocking, explosive. Yifan and the others' expressions were all shaken. "Let's go." Yifan walked in the front. The myriad chi cauldron hung above his head, and streams of source chi fell down, protecting him tightly. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed, and she followed closely beside him. The monkey also stepped forward with the pitch-black iron rod in his hand, and also stepped into the courtyard. It was still quiet, and there was no sound in the courtyard. It was deathly silent, and only the shattered bones and flesh were shocking to the eye. When they all entered, there was only the sound of breathing. Suddenly, a mournful scream broke the silence. An incomparably terrifying aura was released above their heads, and it rushed towards the top of their heads. This unforeseen event was too sudden, and they actually didn't sense anything just now. The terrifying danger appeared suddenly, and there was a living existence that was causing trouble. The moment they raised their heads, their scalps went numb. On the tall courtyard wall, and under the pitch-black eaves, there were corpses hanging one after another. Their hair was disheveled, and at this moment, they all opened their eyes, and like green lamps, they all fell down head first. Damn it, grave robber, didn't you say there were no malicious spirits? What are these things? The big black dog barked, and all the fur on its body stood up. Because its movements were slow, it was as if it was carrying a demonic mountain on its back, and also as if it was pressed down by a ghost, unable to move. It was the same for the others. Their movements were very slow, and it was difficult for them to move quickly. Meanwhile, those terrifying existences that were like hanged ghosts swooped down and grabbed at their heads. F*CK. All of you, die for me. Pang Bo was very fierce. He directly took out the goddess furnace that he borrowed from Yen Ishi, opened the lid, and burned it with divine flames. Ah! Mournful screams resounded through the courtyard, and waves of charred smell spread out. The things hanging upside down on the eaves all had disheveled hair, and their eyes were ferocious and frightening. They actually all stretched out demon-like flesh wings and rushed into the sky. With flames circling around them, they screamed miserably, and it was incomparably horrifying. The more mournful their screams were, the slower everyone's movements became. The old blind man said, "Cut off their sound waves. Don't let them touch our bodies." Everyone came to their senses, and they all did as he said. Immediately, their movements returned to normal, and there was no longer the slightest bit of sluggishness. Pang Bo shouted, "I don't care what you guys are. Today I'll shoot you all down." He used the goddess furnace like an anti-aircraft cannon, shooting out ball after ball of terrifying flames. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through generations, and the flames contained within were naturally incomparably powerful. After burning down several dozen charred bodies, they almost didn't look like anything. What exactly are these things? Everyone looked towards Duanda and asked, "Don't blame me. You guys have also seen that they have life, and they are living beings, not ghosts." Duanda squatted down and carefully observed. Then he walked under the eaves and looked towards the pitch-black ancient hall. He shuddered because there were many of these things inside. I know these are the descendants of the Een god. There must be a peerless great calamity in the depths of the temple. Duanda's expression changed, and his expression was even uglier than when he saw the will of a god. What are the descendants of the Een god? Everyone didn't understand. They were incomparably powerful when they were alive, and after death, their divine bodies were immortal. They were coincidentally buried in the Een eye of the earth veins, and after countless years, there would be a day when this corpse would come back to life. Of course, it had nothing to do with when they were alive. This was a new life form, a brand new beginning. It could also be understood as the highest level of corpse transformation. This was a life born from the extreme of death, and it could be said to be a heaven-defying miracle. If they learned to cultivate, they would gradually become unrivaled. This kind of existence was a brand new life form, and it could also give birth to descendants. The group of living beings in front of them were the descendants of the Een god. Of course, the power of their bloodline was very thin. When they saw people or other living beings, they could directly imprison their movements and suck out all the blood and flesh from their bodies. It was the most terrifying thing. Chapter 904. That is to say, there are at least two incomparable Een deities in the depths of this ancient temple, one male and one female. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Apart from the undying divine medicine, all life will die one day. These creatures' bloodline power is already so thin, so countless years must have already passed. Those two Een deities should have returned to the yellow earth. Duanda came to this conclusion after careful observation. I hope so. Everyone still felt a shadow in their hearts and didn't feel at ease. There were many doors in the ancient temple, and the small world's courtyards were mostly interconnected. They noticed that some people had already entered the third or fourth floor of the temple, so they couldn't help but quicken their steps. When they pushed open the fifth courtyard, a resplendent and radiant expanse appeared in front of them. There were some people who stopped here. There were a few ancient stone engravings that were shining on their own. It might be the scriptures and insights of the ancient saints. They are priceless treasures. Let's go take a look. In the main hall, those engravings were all releasing endless light. There were several powerful figures standing there. Their bodies and minds were empty, as if they were intoxicated. Their bodies released the aura of the great Tao. It's an ancient scripture. Could it be carved by the great human emperor? These people have merged with the Tao. It is truly mysterious and unfathomable. It makes one feel reverence. Yifan, Duanda, and the others were astonished. They quickly walked forward. However, the weak wind produced by their footsteps caused an unforeseen event to take place in front of them. Those people scattered like fireworks, turning into a rain of light. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful as their bodies turned into light fragments. What happened? They were all stupefied. They felt a chill run from head to toe, and they quickly stopped their steps. Did they ascend to immortality? Those people were absent-minded. Their bodies were ice-cold. This ancestral temple was too strange. The main hall was incomparably spacious. Those ancient characters and symbols were glistening and releasing strand after strand of divine, multicolored light. This place was filled with a divine aura, but it was also extremely strange. Those heroic lords melted away just like that. Their deaths were unclear, and they turned into dust under the brilliant multicolored light. It was as if they ascended to immortality, and there were even sounds of Tao ringing. This place was extremely quiet. No one made a sound, and no one walked forward. Those brilliant stone engravings seemed to possess a demonic nature that made their bodies go cold. Creak. The courtyard's door was pushed open, and more people came in. They cried out in alarm when they saw the engraved diagrams. Several elders all rushed over. The 5 of them came from 2 great sections. Their sect masters didn't come, leaving the spots for several supreme elders who were about to leave this world. These people weren't ordinary people. They quickly rushed over, not paying any attention to Yifan and the others. They stood in front of the profound and unfathomable Great Hall's walls, observing the insights of those predecessors. In that instant, they were all stupefied, as if they were immersed within. Then, streak after streak of ripples overflowed. Every single one of them harmonized with the Tao and quickly entered the state of being one with the world. Streaks of blood-colored divine chains that resembled the feathers of immortal phoenixes blossomed around their bodies. This place was auspicious and peaceful to the extreme, not the slightest bit of killing intent. All things coexisted, auspicious energy surging. However, Yifan and the others felt like this was too divine. These people were just too talented. How could they immediately enter the Tao? It's over. They've all melted, and will also become an expanse of Tao rain. The old blind man sighed. Sure enough, the large black dog opened his large mouth and blew out a breath of air. Those 5 elders all scattered, turning into specks of light rain. It was extremely dazzling, and there was a type of charm to it, causing this place to become more and more holy. They saw everything from start to finish, and they were even more shocked than before. It was just a stone engraving, yet they directly turned into specks of light, evaporating from the world. It was absolutely shocking. Is this a divine ancestral temple? Why do I feel like it's a demonic palace? Pang Bo was incredibly bewildered. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and really wanted to blast it over. The resplendent great hall was so strange, and that wall was horrifying. None of them went over, and only Duanda looked over from the corner of his eye. He placed the heaven-devouring demon on top of his head, and gave it a few glances from the distance. Then, he quickly carved a few symbols on the ground, and they were all copied from the stone wall. This is a type of great Tao symbol. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognizing it. He then pricked up his large black ears and said, "However, it's very strange. It doesn't seem like something good." It was at this moment that a few more people rushed in. They were similarly famous elders of great sects, and their strength was great. They directly rushed in front of the stone engraving. Danger! Yifan and the others warned loudly this time, but those people only turned around to give them a look, and didn't leave. Ah no! Only an elder released a loud cry in the end, but it was already too late. Half of his body turned into a rain of light, and his primordial spirit turned into light, completely evaporating. Did you guys notice that the rain of light all entered the stone wall? It seems to be absorbing their cultivation, the monkey suddenly said. Yifan nodded and said, "That's right. There are grooves on the wall," and the rain of light moved along the patterns, entering the shrine at the center. At the center of the great hall there was a stone person worshipped. It was less than half a foot tall, and it sat there with its legs crossed. It looked like a Buddha, but also like an old farmer. It was extremely crude, and it was difficult to make out its true appearance. This place is really strange. It can't be that this stone person will come back to life, right? Even the large black dog was bewildered. He had lived for endless years, yet he had never seen such a strange thing. This couldn't possibly be the comprehension of the predecessors at all. Although it was very peaceful, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was not a good place. They didn't stop, and after carving the word, danger on the ground, they continued forward. However, after this, there would definitely be a shining shrine in every level of the temple that worshipped a stone statue that was half a foot tall. The carvings were incredibly crude, and they were all the same divine statue. There were also many people who died here. Oh no, this time, who knows how many people will die inside? They'll all be absorbed by the thing inside the shrine. They were a bit scared. Could it be that there really was a divine spirit here? This was too strange. It's fine. After a group of people die, the people behind will find out sooner or later, and it won't cause a great disaster, the old blind man said. Those that could enter were not pushovers, and on the contrary, there were many that were even more cunning than ghosts. I'm a bit uneasy. Putting aside the question of whether there are gods or not, just the stone person inside the shrine is enough to make me feel uneasy. Do you guys think that it will come back to life when the time comes? Pang Bo spoke up. Jizi's cheeks were as white as jade. Her long eyelashes trembled, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. She said, "I've seen some records in the ancient books of my family. The stone person seems to be the ancestor of the Yuhua God dynasty, and it might be a great emperor of the human race, but it has existed for too long, so it's hard to say whether it has actually appeared or not." Yifan had just returned from the western desert not long ago, and when he heard her words, his heart instantly trembled. When it came to ancient great emperors, everything would be very mysterious. He thought of the matter of everyone in the western desert chanting, Amitabha, accumulating boundless psyche power, and this stone person forcefully stripped a person of everything. It wasn't as simple as just psyche power, it also included their essence, chi, spirit, and flesh. More than 200,000 years ago, this kind of shrine must have covered more than half of the Central Plains. He shook his head forcefully. Did the Yuhua God dynasty want to ascend to the heavens themselves, or did they want to let countless living beings ascend to become a person? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. The blind old man said, "This place is the highest secret of the Yuhua God dynasty, their supreme temple. Perhaps many secrets will be revealed, but it is most likely filled with danger. Even if they have been destroyed for more than 200,000 years, we must still be careful." They passed through the 10 levels of the ancient temple and officially arrived at the 11th level. It was completely different from before. It had become a true temple small world, and from this level onwards it was vast and boundless. From the outside, it was just a palace, but after entering, they discovered that this ancient land seemed to have no end. In the darkness, there were pairs of eyes flashing. "What is that?" Pang Bo was surprised. Ancient beasts. Huge ancient beasts. The barbarians lived in the dense forest all year round, so they were very sensitive to the aura of all kinds of ferocious beasts. The 11th level of the temple small world, there were ancient trees, mountains, and even grass. There was no sunlight, so it was unknown how they grew. Yifan and the others saw a few huge ferocious beasts. Their bodies were covered in scales, they looked like Chilants but also like gods. They looked strange and extremely malevolent. These are the descendants of the divine beasts that protected the temple. They actually survived generation after generation, and each of them is very terrifying. The blind old man said, This temple small world was vast and boundless. There was an environment suitable for them to live in. A few of them let out roars, bringing with them a fishy wind as they pounced over. They actually had the power to split mountains and split the sky. Black Emperor. Bite them. Duanda's mouth was cheap, but in the end he was bitten by the dogs first. Bang! The monkey swung his cudgel and swept out, instantly turning two of the beasts into a bloody mess. Their bones broke. These two were ancient beasts at the second level of the Immortal Foundation realm. They were very powerful. Roar. Ahead, the roars of beasts rang out from the dense forest. Tens of pairs of eyes lit up one after another. Among them, there were a few that were especially resplendent, like divine lamps, and the aura of kings permeated the air. F*CK, there are a few beast kings that have already slashed the Tao 3 times. Duanda shook off the Black Emperor as he sped away. It's best if we don't antagonize them. Who knows, we might provoke something even more powerful. Let's quickly pass through. In the darkness, a fishy wind assailed the nostrils as the ferocious beasts ran madly. Thunderous roars rang out one after another in this temple small world. After that, it was unknown how many wild beasts were running madly, transforming into a flood. This temple small world is truly vast. There's no end to the beast tide this time around. Let's quickly leave this place. Dongfang Yi shouted. He could sense danger. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts rushed out from the forest, forming a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Arg! The miserable screams of human cultivators rang out. In the midst of this flood of wild beasts, some experts were torn apart. This place became a forbidden ground. People had no choice but to take a detour and pass through the other small worlds. Yifan and the others passed through the 11th level of the temple and heavily closed the metal door. They all heaved a sigh of relief. This place was different from what they had imagined. They did not see any ghost soldiers, and they were all living things. The 12th level of the temple was still very vast, and one could not see the end of it. They had not advanced far when the cauldron above Yifan's head shook violently. It sprayed out a 9-colored flame that burned the void. There was an ambush. Yifan used the myriad chi cauldron to protect himself and released the divine flame he had collected from the fiery domain. This was a rather terrifying enemy. He had definitely slashed the Tao for many years and was a terrifying old king. A large hand almost plucked the sacred cauldron above his head. If not for the boundless power of the flame, Yifan would most likely be in danger. This person was very good at concealing himself. Qi Luo disappeared in an instant, emitting a cold light in the darkness. A bone-piercing killing intent pervaded the air, causing this temple small world to become awe-inspiring. Streaks of lightning illuminated the dark void. Pooh, pooh! In the end, 3 soft sounds rang out. 3 bloody heads were thrown onto the ground. There was a finger hole in the space between their eyebrows, and their primordial spirits had been pierced through. Qi Luo's expression did not change. It was as if he had done something insignificant. There was actually more than one assailant. There were 3 ancient creatures, and all of them were old kings who had slashed the Tao for many years. They were all quickly decapitated by Qi Luo. Yifan and the others were shocked. This old assassin was indeed unfathomable. He ended these 3 terrifying old kings as if he was cutting vegetables. We have to be careful. Not only are there mysterious and unknown dangers in the ancestral temple, but there are also various enemies in the dark. We have to be cautious. They stepped into the 13th level of the temple. This place was no longer dark. On the contrary, it was filled with light. It was sacred and auspicious. It was as if they had arrived in a world of light. There was a huge stone statue in front of them. It was over 100 meters tall and emitted a gentle light. Dozens of symbols were engraved on it, and every single one of them could resonate with the Tao. The small world of the temple was connected. Many people had already arrived here from other paths. They were all observing and memorizing these ancient symbols. Heavenly Prince! Monkey shouted. He swung his cudgel and smashed it over. The jet-black iron cudgel instantly expanded to several hundred meters, shattering the void as it arrived in an instant. The heavenly prince sneered. He left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small world of the temple and left the 13th level. Even this dog thing stopped here. The ancient symbols on this god statue should be very extraordinary, Pangbo said. Brat, watch your words. If you dare to speak nonsense again, this emperor will fight you. The Black Emperor shouted from the side. These symbols are very special. They look like spirit-driving talismans that can control all kinds of strange beasts. Qi Luo revealed a strange look and began to memorize them. There were dozens of symbols. Each of them was extremely complicated. They were formed from hundreds and thousands of patterns. They could directly resonate with the Tao of heaven and earth. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty was very extraordinary. There were many precious stone carvings here. Yi Fan and the others didn't want to miss this. They all calmed down and imprinted the symbols into their consciousness. A few figures flew up and arrived at the slightly opened mouth of the god statue. One of them discovered a secret and quickly dug inside. The others came to their senses and made their moves. In an instant, a great battle broke out. There's something in the stone statue's mouth. The instant the thing was dug out, auspicious light gushed out and all kinds of colorful clouds scattered down. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a treasure chest. It was a square foot in size. It shocked everyone. It was actually made of 5-colored iron essence, a divine material on the same level as the great Luo silver essence. There's really a treasure. Just the chest alone is a rare treasure. Even the sages are tempted to snatch it. What's inside? Can't be the Yuhua immortal scripture, right? Everyone went crazy. They rushed forward and attacked together. The first person who obtained it screamed on the spot. He was killed and turned into a mist of blood. Wang! The air trembled, and a black bottle appeared. It swallowed heaven and earth, immediately collecting the treasure chest, making it its own. Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman. Pangbo shouted, his eyebrows raised. Yi Fan soared into the sky and was about to make his move. However, at this moment, Hua Yunfei quickly threw away the treasure chest, as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The others fought over it and opened the lid. Boom! A dazzling golden rain appeared. It was densely packed and covered every inch of the temple's small world. What is this? Many people were shocked. The Black Emperor's hair stood on end. The hair on his body stood on end. He scampered away and shouted, "Woof! Woof! Woof! Run!" Chapter 905. This was a brilliant rain of light that quickly sprinkled down. Endless. Golden radiance flickered, densely packed like symbols, covering the small world of the 13th layer. The large black dog sped away. Duanda covered his head and fled. Yi Fan and the others' expressions also changed, frantically fleeing. They knew what that was. It was definitely terrifying. At this moment, the golden rain in the sky became even more brilliant. They revived, every single one like a divine lamp, dazzling and dazzling, releasing chong-chong sounds. That was the sound of light colliding, like the sound of metal clanging. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. People fought to be the first, fleeing in all directions. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. These things could penetrate divine power and devour their essence. Most people didn't recognize them. Only a few living fossils cried out in horror, reminding their own people that these were God-killing insects, and that they couldn't provoke them, quickly fleeing. God-killing insect, this was a terrifying name. Those who knew about it, as long as they spoke of it, their expressions would change. Miserable cries rang out everywhere. Protective true energy was completely useless. The golden rain of light descended, covering them, completely devouring the essence within their flesh, not even letting their primordial spirits go. Everyone trembled, activating all kinds of magical tools to kill. However, the strange insects were incomparably terrifying, difficult to stop. Every insect seemed to be wearing golden armor, all as long as a finger, their outer shells hard. Even great figures couldn't break them. Don't attack with your physical body. These things can only be refined with cultivation and natural laws, someone cried out. However, who dared to stop and calmly refine them now? Even if one person could refine a few dozen, this rain of light was endless. How could they deal with it? At this moment, everyone saw that the treasure chest forged from 5-colored iron essence was like a beehive. There were many small holes on its surface, and even more god-killing insects were drilling out. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to discover that there were spatial order chains inside this chest, like a small world, far larger than one could imagine. Only heaven knew how many strange insects there were. A living fossil released an angry roar. He was submerged by the golden rain of light, unable to escape even after doing everything he could. His 7 apertures were pierced, and even his primordial spirit was devoured. And this was just a scene. It was unknown how many people died miserably, turning into dust under the golden rain of light. This was a terrifying demonic land, and all of the light rain was a life-reaping talisman. These insects were about the size of a thumb, and their bodies were densely covered with tiny golden scales. They looked like small flood dragons, but they didn't have horns. Yifan and the others could only run as well. It wasn't good to use their holy weapons in this place, because the sects had already made an agreement when they entered. There were many people here, and if news of this got out, there might be great trouble in the future. This was not the first time that Yifan had seen this kind of strange insect. Back then, he had encountered it with Duande and Dongfang Yi in the immortal mansion world of the Central State. However, there had been very few of them at that time, only a few dozen. Now, they covered the sky and covered the earth, appearing everywhere. No one could stop them. They could only frantically flee. Among the fleeing army, Hua Yunfei was the first to rush into the small world of the temple on the 14th level. He was the first to detect and discover the god-slaying Zergs. Yifan and the others were the second group. When they saw that they weren't far from the stone door, Duanda suddenly stopped and said, "These are legendary divine insects. Their value is not much lower than an ancient scripture. After raising them for a few thousand years, a pure-blooded god-slaying Zerg might be born." At this moment, Duanda's hands were very despicable. He made a decision that others hated incomparably. He took out a divine object, and it was actually a treasure bowl. He turned around and put away the 5-colored iron essence treasure chest. What is Fatty Duan doing? These divine insects have all left their nests. The treasure chest most likely contains divine eggs that are priceless. If we want to tame these things, we can only start from the eggs. Pure-blooded god-slaying Zergs were rumored to be able to even devour deities. There was almost nothing that could stop them. They could bite through anything and kill anything. Even though the golden strange insect in front of them was very powerful, it wasn't a true divine insect. Its ancestral blood was thin, and it was currently in a primitive state. It was far from being comparable to their ancestors. According to legend, during the ancient era, there was a saint who successfully raised a few half-divine insects. They weren't true ancestral insects, and together with him, they killed an awakened archaic king. Wang. The 5-colored iron essence was put away. Duan Dimiai's nose began to bubble. Just this kind of treasure chest was enough to tempt a saint. This was a divine material of the same level as the great Luo silver essence, and the divine insect eggs inside were even more priceless. If they truly raised a pure-blooded ancestral insect, even if they couldn't say they were unrivaled under the heavens, they would be close to it. They rushed into the small world of the temple in the 14th layer. However, the danger didn't disappear. The rain of light that filled the sky followed them and concentrated on Yifan's group, abandoning everyone else. Fatty Duan, your hands are too despicable. Motherf ****, are you not afraid of your hands rotting? The group of people all wanted to strangle him to death. This was truly taking the initiative to attract firepower. Just now, the god-slaying Zergs were scattered, but now they all gathered together, turning into a golden waterfall that poured down. Who could stop so many divine insects? This was fatal, and they were about to drown them. What a good person. He actually saved us like this. Who are those people? Are they the holy monks from the western desert? They really risked their lives to enter hell to save us. Yifan, the Black Emperor, and the others wanted to vomit blood when they heard these words from the distance. They wanted to skin Duanda alive even more. This bastard's hands were too unsightly, bringing about a great disaster. F***ck. These bugs are too vengeful. Is there a need to chase after us without letting go? Duanda grimaced in pain. His buttocks, shoulders, and chest had all been pierced through, and blood flowed continuously. It's your hands that are despicable. Hurry up and throw that chest away, said the blind old man. Even he was injured and dripping with blood. The situation was dire. How could I throw it away? This is comparable to the scriptures of a great emperor. Not long ago, this old man dug out an ancient text from an ancient tomb. There were records regarding divine insects within. As long as I raise them with a special method for 10,000 years, they can give birth to a true ancestral insect. I wouldn't exchange it even with the scriptures of a great emperor. Duanda hugged the chest and refused to let go. In the end, even his fingers were pierced through. There were still god-killing bugs in the nest. Chi Luo, who had been silent all this while, said, I feel that these bugs are indeed priceless. Even though we can't live for 10,000 years, we can raise them for our descendants. In the future, when our celestial court rules over the world, we will have an unparalleled deterrence. Then let's use the sacred weapon. Dongfang Yi was about to take out his Wolf Fang club. Let me do it. Yifan made his move, activating the 9-colored flame within the myriad chi cauldron to burn the golden rain of light. However, there were too many of these things. They no longer approached them and began to surround them. Yifan urged, Fatty Duan, hurry up and take out the divine egg and throw away the 5-colored iron essence. Otherwise, there will be too many of these bugs and we won't be able to kill them all. Duanda was extremely unwilling. The 5-colored iron essence was also a divine material, but there were too many god-killing bugs. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He took out a pile of golden divine eggs, but his injuries weren't light. He reluctantly threw away the treasure chest. At this time, they had already escaped to the small world of the temple on the 16th level. Fatty Duan's hands were as if they were bitten by a dog. He grimaced in pain. Here, they finally got rid of the god-killing bugs. They heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people scolded him for his cheap hands. I originally thought that this kind of thing had long gone extinct. There were only a few dozen of them left in the immortal mansion world. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying nest in the ancestral temple? The Yuhua god dynasty of the past was indeed terrifying. They must have raised true, pure-blooded ancestral bugs. They began to divide the spoils. Afraid that something would happen in the ancestral temple, everyone brought some sparkling divine eggs with them and carefully put them away. Where are the heavenly prince, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman? They turned around to look for these three to settle the score, but they had already disappeared. They had all taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Since they came in, they will meet sooner or later. Speaking of which, could they also be here for the 5-colored altar? Pang Bo was bewildered. Hurry up and leave. Everyone's expression changed. This was the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. It was the most sacred place. Not only did it contain the insights of ancient sages, but it also contained all kinds of secret records. They would most likely be able to find the Yuhua scripture. And what Yifan was most worried about was that others would beat them to it and find the various runes and diagrams of the 5-colored altar. If they successfully crossed the star domain and brought the flames of war to Earth because of this, it would be a disaster. They hurriedly passed through the levels and carefully avoided all kinds of troubles. They arrived at the 21st level of the ancient temple. There were a total of 36 levels. As for the ancient palaces and small worlds, there were countless of them. Something's wrong, Duanda muttered. Previously, he had prepared a lot of materials. He thought that he would definitely encounter ghosts after entering, but all he saw were living creatures. They continued to pass through, and soon they arrived at the 27th level. They felt that something was wrong. The path was actually smooth without any danger. When they stepped into the small world of the temple on the 28th level, the void soundlessly split open. A golden divine sword slashed down, aiming straight at the center of Yi Fan's brows. The heavens fell and the earth split. Its might was shocking to the extreme. A legendary holy weapon. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and used such a terrifying weapon to attack. Moreover, there were no fluctuations before this, almost avoiding everyone's spiritual senses. Boom! The hell soul-suppressing pagoda rushed up. It was snow-white and sparkling. It was forged from the essence of the 5 Tao bones left behind by the 5 killing saints. Its power was boundless, and it blocked the golden divine sword on the spot. At the same time, Qi Luo defied the heavens and disappeared into the void. He chased after them, and a series of clanging sounds rang out. Not long after, he returned. Unlike last time, he didn't bring back a blood-stained head. The enemy had run away. That golden divine sword has a primordial spirit of a killing saint. Everyone was shocked. The saint didn't show himself, but a primordial spirit entered the golden holy weapon and passed it to his subordinates. This was also a fierce killing move. People couldn't see through Qi Luo anymore. He could probably become a saint at any time, but this was a good thing. It made them feel more confident. Not long after, they advanced cautiously and arrived at the small world of the temple on the 30th floor. They found some clues, and after a serious discussion, they all agreed that the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land had most likely entered before. Could the temple have been emptied out by them? No, they seemed to have stopped here and didn't go deeper. Duande took out his divine mirror. It was obtained from an ancient tomb and was made from the forehead bone of the human race's great sage. Could restore some scenes. Through the bone mirror, they could see a few indistinct figures pacing back and forth for a long time before finally leaving. In that case, the true danger lies in the last 6 floors of the temple. Even they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking and wanted to borrow the strength of the world. The stone door leading to the 31st floor was still closed. There seemed to be a primordial beast inside, as if it was connected to the netherworld. Strands of strange aura seeped out. Something's not right. They pondered for a long time, and then they retreated far away. They used a divine hammer to smash open the stone door and looked inside. In front of them was a stretch of darkness, and the sound of rain could actually be heard. It was like a real world, and there were indistinct figures moving in the night rain. There's something alive. What is that? It was very strange inside. Even the heavenly eyes were restrained. There seemed to be divine chains of order densely covering the void. Boom! The rain poured down. A few blood-colored lightning interweaved in the night sky, illuminating everything inside, causing their expressions to change. They staggered back and quickly closed the stone door. What's going on? In the night rain illuminated by the blood-colored lightning, the road was muddy. They saw several groups of soldiers in ancient armor patrolling with black spears and spears in their hands. That's the armor of the Yuhua God dynasty from more than 200,000 years ago. They are the so-called heavenly soldiers, Ji Ziyue said, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Before coming here, she had read all kinds of information and ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and had seen this kind of armor before. Everyone was stunned. Did you guys realize that after we came in, all we saw were living creatures? Could it be that those soldiers are also... Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Duande shook his head and paced back and forth. He said, I discovered a strange record in an ancient tomb. It said that the Yuhua God dynasty ended its rule on its own, not the destruction of others. It wanted to carry out a heaven-defying event in secret. Could it be true? Chapter 906. Duanda's words shocked everyone. How could such a huge god dynasty give up its rule and watch as the land of billions of miles disappeared? It was illogical. Don't doubt me. Everything in the mortal world is nothing. If their plan succeeds, they might ascend to immortality. The unscrupulous Taoist was determined to shock everyone. According to what he saw, although the stone carvings in the tomb were very obscure, they could still explain the final outcome. Predicted that they would eventually ascend to immortality. I think you're even more unreliable than the Black Emperor. It's hard to believe that you can come to such a conclusion with just an ancient tomb. Yifan shook his head. How am I unreliable? The large black dog was extremely indignant at the side. I didn't say it's definitely true. I'm just giving you an idea, Duanda said. He quickly prepared his materials. If it wasn't a real person, then it was definitely a ghost soldier. They knew that the real test was coming. This ancestral temple had a total of 36 levels. The first 6 levels were fine. There was no danger of certain death. But it was hard to say for the last 6 levels. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any disasters. Otherwise, the 4 god dynasties and the light-shaking realm wouldn't have stopped here. Take a closer look. Old Blind was very calm. Behind the stone door was an incomprehensible world. In the pitch-black rainy night, blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. On the ground, groups of soldiers wearing ancient armor walked through the muddy road. The black iron spears and swords in their hands had a kind of demonic nature. That's right. That's the ancient battle armor of the Yuhua god dynasty. Old Blind nodded. When the lightning streaked across and shone on the armor and weapons, the special patterns on the cold battle armor could even be faintly seen. There weren't many people who could wear this kind of armor. Only those who had made great contributions could be rewarded. This was a kind of honor, status, and a symbol of strength. Heavenly Soldier Armor. It was a very imposing name. At the same time, it also showed the spirit of the Yuhua god dynasty at that time. They wanted to unify the world and establish an immortal god court. Even if they ruled over the Central Plains or even unified the 5 regions, it was just a mortal glory. Their highest hope was to ascend to immortality, and they had been working tirelessly for this goal. I'm starting to believe that what the grave robbers said might be true, Chi Luo said as he stared blankly at the heavenly soldiers in the rain. At the same time, Yifan and the others also used their various methods and sensed that it was a person with flesh and blood, not a ghost. This caused them to shiver. What was the Yuhua god dynasty trying to do? The people of the world all said that they were wiped out, but what they saw was a bit strange. Their heavenly soldiers were still in this world, protecting this highest sacred temple. Let's go and take a look at the other places. They left this place and entered the small world of other temples. There were many palaces on every level, and almost all of them were connected to the next level. After going to a few places, he found that they all saw the same thing. There was indeed a living heavenly soldier on the 31st floor. At the same time, cultivators stopped in front of each of the stone doors. Many people had gathered, and none of them dared to rashly enter. No one wanted to stop here. They were all afraid that others would beat them to it. The records at the center of the ancestral temple were very important. Perhaps there was the Yuhua god dynasty's Yuhua immortal scripture, perhaps there was the secret to traversing the star realms, or perhaps there was the great emperor's exclusive holy item, immortal tier green gold, and so on. In the end, a group of ancient race people was the first to move. They had a natural sense of superiority towards the human race. This was formed in the primordial era. No matter how strange the Yuhua god dynasty's ancestral temple was, they weren't afraid. They desperately wanted to obtain the green cauldron that had existed since ancient times. Boom! The rain was boundless. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The people saw that the group of ancient race people had been discovered and were fighting with a group of heavenly soldiers. They shouted again and again. Everyone was shocked to find that none of those heavenly soldiers said anything. Their methods were experts and their auras were like rainbows. On the contrary, the ancient race people showed signs of being defeated and shouted nonstop. Wherever the black sword of the heavenly soldiers pointed, the various magic treasures of this group of ancient creatures couldn't block it and were cut into pieces. Black sword light crisscrossed, as if heavenly soldiers had descended to the mortal world. Soon, there were ancient race people who were cut in half. Blood-colored lightning hacked about, rain pouring down like a torrential downpour, the figures becoming a bit indistinct. However, everyone could still see that this group of ancient creatures was finished. Even though they killed a few heavenly soldiers, in the end, they were still wiped out. Outside the stone gate, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That group of ancient race people wasn't weak. but they were actually killed so quickly. Why are there still people alive? Could it be that the soldiers of the Yuhua God dynasty can live forever? They were sealed in this temple and survived all this time? Many people were bewildered. They felt very uneasy. This ancient temple exceeded their imagination. Every single one of the heavenly soldiers had made great contributions. Their skills were extraordinary and their methods were superb. Otherwise, why would they be given that title? They were definitely people who lived to fight. It's a little troublesome. It's difficult to get through. Some people's hearts trembled as they hesitated to move forward. These heavenly soldiers are all mighty figures. Just how powerful was the Yuhua God dynasty back then? Someone was bewildered. I think there shouldn't be many heavenly soldiers. There should only be a dozen or so troops. With so many of us, we can get through. Most people naturally wouldn't give up. At this moment, another person moved. He pushed open the stone gate and nimbly flashed in. Then, he directly used the earth escape technique and sank into the ground. However, not long after, a scream rang out. An armored soldier stabbed a black spear into the ground and picked up a person. It was the cultivator who had just entered. Pooh! He shook hard and that person instantly fell into pieces, dying a violent death. Qi Luo's eyes were like torches as he looked at a stone gate not far away. No one opened it on their own. Clearly, a powerhouse had entered. He was so fast that no one saw him. It's an old killer king from the Hell God dynasty. Qi Luo narrowed his eyes. A killing weapon flashed between his brows. In that case, we can enter. As long as we are skilled enough, even those heavenly soldiers won't be able to detect us. Something's not right. This is only the 31st level. I think that even if those who are too powerful are discovered, they will be let through. There should be more powerful guardians ahead. The few of them whispered and began to prepare for action, because the others also moved one after another. They each chose a stone gate and determined the direction to break through. Ziyue, you can send me here. You can go back. Yi Fan turned around and faced Ji Ziyue. If they continued to move forward, they might really reach a dangerous place. He didn't want her to take the risk. No, I want to see you ascend the five-colored altar with my own eyes. Ji Ziyue said stubbornly, her eyes filled with tears. Don't worry, with me around, no one can hurt her. Qi Luo said, that's right. Let's go to the five-colored altar together to send you off. I can guarantee her safety. Monkey also spoke up. Duan De and the Black Emperor were even more arrogant. They said that they would kill even if there were hundreds of them. The barbarians also echoed. When Yi Fan saw this, he didn't say anything else. The blind old man said, it's getting more and more dangerous up ahead. Everyone light a soul lamp here. If we separate, we can know if there's an accident. More and more people rushed into the small world of the 31st level. Miserable cries rang out from time to time. Clearly, many people had died. Those heavenly soldiers had great teamwork and grasped an extremely powerful ancient battle formation. Let's go. In the end, Yi Fan and the others pushed open the huge stone gate and entered this mysterious small world. The rain was still very heavy and the ground was muddy. There were all kinds of ancient trees up ahead, but no buildings could be seen. A group of heavenly soldiers immediately discovered them and rushed over. Yi Fan and Monkey opened the way in front. Both of them were incomparably valiant. Their bodies emitted boundless golden blood energy, dyeing the pitch-black rainy night a brilliant golden color. Bang! The battle immediately began. Yi Fan's fist brought with it a huge bolt of golden lightning. It seemed to be connected with the thunder in the sky. The fist force was boundless and boundless. It sent a heavenly soldier flying, spraying blood. Monkey was even more straightforward. He swung his big iron rod and smashed the right arm of a heavenly soldier into meat paste. He was unstoppable. It's really alive. The Black Emperor bit a person's arm and took off his armor. He examined it carefully and barked, "Speak! What happened? Where did you come from?" Bang! It was too careless. Every heavenly soldier was a powerhouse. The iron spear almost pierced through its chin. Fortunately, its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. However, it was beaten black and blue in the eye. This group of heavenly soldiers was very decisive. They left behind a few corpses and quickly retreated, disappearing into the curtain of rain. They did not pester them to death. "Hurry up and leave," Qi Luo shouted. They couldn't stay here for long. It would be troublesome if a few more groups of heavenly soldiers came. They didn't believe that there were only a few groups. There were most likely even more powerful people. Not long after they left, a powerful aura erupted in that area. A figure rode on blood-colored lightning. He held a black broadsword in his hand, and his divine might shocked the world. "It's a heavenly general," Ji Ziyue cried out in a low voice. She could tell from the armor that those who could obtain the title of heavenly general were definitely people who had cut the Tao and had made great contributions. "This king is very unusual. He's about to become a great king. Don't provoke him," Qi Luo said to himself. They didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the curtain of rain. They turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the depths. It was obvious that this was a very vast area. There were hills everywhere and trees grew all over. They didn't see any ancient buildings. During this time, they saw some heavenly soldiers again. They avoided a few groups and killed 7 or 8 people. They charged forward and saw a glowing palace hall in the curtain of rain. However, it was also at this time that they were all shocked. The smell of blood was pungent in front of them. There were corpses everywhere. More than half of the people who came in earlier had died. There were at least several hundred people who had lost their lives. The earth was trembling. There was a black mass in front of them. It was like a flood of steel killing in all directions. Even the earth was trembling. All the hair on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was horrified and said, "Damn, this is a square formation. There are at least 500 heavenly soldiers. Am I crazy or has this world gone crazy? There are 500 almighties in one go." They were all stunned. There were indeed 500 of them, and they all had the strength of almighties. They wore ancient armor and held black battle swords and iron spears in their hands. The aura they emitted made the world tremble. "Over there are more." Duanda was scared. On the other side, there was also a square formation of 500 people. They were advancing step by step. The aura that erupted was like a landslide and a tsunami, killing all the cultivators who had just barged in. This must be a F***king illusion. Can't be real at all. Even the Yuhua god dynasty couldn't have 1,000 almighties at its peak. The blind old man said. This exceeded common sense and couldn't be understood at all. More than 200,000 years had passed. Even if the Yuhua god dynasty really existed strangely in this world, how could it produce so many powerhouses in a place that only lived in seclusion? The terrifying aura is in the mountain over there. Let's not barge in. Let's go around here and take a look. Qi Luo was the most sensitive to killing intent. He pointed at a pitch-black and gloomy forest in the distance. When Yi Fan and the others stealthily went over, they immediately felt a wave of discomfort. There was a type of heaven and earth collapsing power surging in front of this mountain region, making it hard for them to breathe. This world was about to collapse. There was an incomparably powerful aura. In the end, they stood on a hill and looked down. They were all horrified and their bodies emitted a cold aura. There was a cemetery in front of them. Most of the stone tablets had fallen. Heavy rain poured down. Many ancient graves cracked open and white bones crawled out. Then, flesh and blood quickly grew. Heavens, what am I seeing? This should be the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. How did they revive? Could it be that the Yuhua god dynasty really gave up on its rule and is carrying out a heaven-defying matter? Now it has discovered the secret of immortal ascension, immortality, and the flesh and bones of the dead. Chapter 907. This was an extremely strange scene. The old tombstones split open one after another, and snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands reached out one after another, slowly climbing up. It was unbelievable. Even the bone dregs that had long since rotted beyond recognition were forming skeletons. They quickly grew flesh and blood. Then, the heavenly armors that had long turned to dust in the tombs also reversed time. With clanging sounds, they turned into battle clothes and covered their bodies. Those heavenly soldiers' faces were pale and expressionless. They let the armor cover their bodies. Then, they held their weapons and walked out step by step. They lined up in a square formation and advanced forward. This was unbelievable. Their scalps went numb and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand. Could there really be people who could live forever and never die? Heavy rain poured down. Streaks of blood-colored lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black cemetery from time to time. Everything here made one's hair stand on end, and they were puzzled. I've dug graves my entire life, but I've never encountered such a scene. They all came back to life. This doesn't make sense. Duanda swallowed hard. He had encountered ghost soldiers, malicious spirits, and fought corpse-transformed demons. But he had never seen a living person come out of a coffin. This made him a little scared. He said that he didn't want to do archaeology anymore in the future. The Yuhua God dynasty is too strange. What secret did they discover? How did these people come back to life? What exactly is going on? This was the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. It was the accumulation of countless years. If they all came back to life, they could sweep through the world with the power of a single dynasty. Even the ancient races wouldn't be able to stop them. It's very terrifying. If the cemetery of the heavenly generals is also like this, with Tao-severing kings continuously coming back to life, I think we should leave as soon as possible. If we go deeper, we will undoubtedly die, the blind old man said. This was the heavenly soldiers' cemetery. There were ancient tombs everywhere. It was unknown how many there were. They had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The heavenly general cemetery definitely existed, but it wasn't here. Thinking of this result made one's scalp go numb. The resurrection of the dead, what kind of scene was this? The powerhouses of the past were resurrected at the same time. It made one's hair stand on end. All kinds of terrifying consequences quickly appeared in one's mind. I don't believe it. Wait for me. Fatty Duan was very ferocious. He reached a remote corner where there were only a few old graves. He quietly waited for a skeleton to crawl out. The moment it came to life, he used the immortal trapping pouch to cover it. In a short while, he put the skeleton inside and ran. Even though he moved very quickly and chose a very remote place, he was still discovered. A group of heavenly soldiers chased after him. Upon seeing this, everyone turned around and fled. This damn fatty's hands were always dirty, and now he was inviting trouble again. However, the few of them did not blame him. They also wanted to understand what was going on. What had happened here made them very uneasy. The ground was trembling as a few hundred celestial soldiers formed a square formation and charged over. They were like a monstrous torrent, and every single step they took caused the small world to shake while killing intent split the sky. At this time, the rain was like the Milky Way hanging down, getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that people couldn't open their eyes, and when it hit the ground, a thin layer of smoke rose up. Yifan and the others ran madly and soon disappeared into the hills, disappearing into the forest. They finally got rid of the group of living dead behind them. Duanda opened the pouch and released the captive. He fell into the muddy water, and just as the heavenly soldier wanted to struggle, he was knocked over by a large claw of the Black Emperor. The few of them went up together and sealed him. Then, they immediately explored his sea of consciousness, wanting to understand everything. Strange, the sea of consciousness is completely blank. Why is there nothing? Oh no, it appeared. It's just that they want to kill us all. Dongfang Yi was puzzled and revealed a strange expression. The others went up one after another and also discovered this strange situation. Duanda was very vigilant. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Not good, retreat." Just as they flew out, this heavenly soldier exploded, wanting to kill them. Rotten flesh and bones exploded everywhere, and in an instant, his life force disappeared, returning to death. Duanda picked up a small piece of bone, pondered for a long time and said, "Let's go back and see what happened to the few heavenly soldiers we killed." On the way back, they saw many corpses along the way. They were all cultivators who had just entered. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground by the heavenly soldiers. It was a tragic sight. Blood mixed with the rain, creating a scarlet-red scene. Strange, it's clearly here. We killed at least 7 or 8 heavenly soldiers. Where did the corpses go? The few of them were very surprised. They couldn't find the corpses. There's no need to look. They're all still here, but they've all turned into dust. Duanda said in a deep voice. He found a rotten bone in the mud. There were thousands of small holes on it, and it had long since decayed beyond recognition. Duanda took out the great sage's Tao bone mirror and circulated his magic power to illuminate the ground. The few of them immediately saw a few demonic scenes. The 7 or 8 corpses seemed to have experienced over 200,000 years in a very short period of time. Their flesh and blood rotted and turned into ashes. Their bones aged and then completely rotted, leaving behind only a few fragments. As for the heavenly soldiers' armor, it broke inch by inch and turned into mud. They were indeed alive just now. There's definitely no mistake. I didn't expect that they would immediately become like this after death. The few of them pondered for a very long time, but they couldn't figure it out. The Yuhua God dynasty was too strange. Their ultimate goal was to ascend to immortality. This was most likely a strange technique that they had fumbled out in the past. It wasn't a true resurrection. Many people died, but there are also many who rushed over. Let's hurry up and go on our way. Don't bother with these demonic things. We can think about it when we return. The palace shone brightly. It was especially eye-catching in the pitch-black rainy night. It was like a divine, immortal palace that opened the path to the heaven realm, illuminating all directions. The few of them quickly approached, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, in the pouring rain, a black light suddenly appeared. It swallowed the essence of heaven and earth and rushed straight towards Yifan, wanting to melt him. This was a great Tao treasure bottle that had the power to swallow the heavens. Dang! Yifan flicked it with his finger and instantly saw Hua Yunfei. He was like an exiled immortal in the rainy night. His blue clothes were otherworldly and not a single drop of rain landed on his body. Chi! A golden light flew over. Li Xiaoman also appeared in another direction. She unleashed a golden crocodile shadow that tore through the night sky. Yifan punched out. The golden fist smashed that long crocodile into pieces, exploding into a sky-overflowing energy wave that was annihilated in the sky. You still dare to appear? Pang Bo's eyes were sharp. Even though he saw an old friend from the other side, his killing intent was still revealed. This was because in the past, he had almost died from being hunted. Yifan didn't say a word. He rushed towards Hua Yunfei while Pang Bo attacked Li Xiaoman. An earth-shattering battle erupted on the spot. Rays of divine light illuminated the night sky. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman joined together and escaped together. They didn't continue fighting. Yifan, Pang Bo, Monkey, and the others quickly chased after them. Especially Yifan, who had the Xing formula, was extremely fast. He caught up to them several times and fought them alone. The golden fist energy connected with the lightning in the sky. Stop! Suddenly, Yifan stopped because he heard a rumbling sound and felt the earth trembling. Hurry up and leave! Qi Luo shouted. He saw 4 square formations, and each one had 500 celestial soldiers. In other words, there were a total of 2,000 powerhouses. This was excessively terrifying. These two want to lure us into the chaos. They had no choice but to give up. They cut in diagonally and quickly escaped. After evading the 4 terrifying square formations, who would dare to fight so many celestial soldiers alone? It was purely courting death. They approached the glowing palace hall under the curtain of rain. There were many celestial soldiers here, but there were more and more cultivators rushing in from the outside. They gradually gained the upper hand, and large groups of people killed their way in. Corpses fell one after another. They fought their way through in a chaotic battle. When they saw the light source on the high platform in front of them, they were all shaken. It was that shrine, and there was a stone man sitting there. It was less than half a foot tall. Everyone already knew that the symbols around it could melt people away, so no one paid any attention to it. Instead, it was the most divine power that flowed outwards. Strand after strand, it entered the void, dancing with the lightning and disappearing into the distance. It's the direction of the mausoleum. Yifan was astonished. That's right. It's this kind of power that revived those skeletons, Qi Luo said with certainty. He sensed a familiar aura that was the same as the one on the celestial soldiers. I think I know. Immortalizing others and completing one's own body. There are bits and pieces of records about it in the ancient books, Gzue said. There were great disadvantages to doing this, and the final result was that it wasn't feasible. And what they saw before their eyes was naturally based on that kind of forbidden technique. One could imagine how many people had died in the ancient temple. Every celestial soldier corresponded to a life. There's no need to worry about celestial soldiers. They won't last more than a few days in this world and will return to dust. However, this ancestral temple is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's far more troublesome than we imagined. There's most likely a living person controlling it. They found the stone door and quickly rushed into the small world of the 32nd level. This was a dusky region. There was no torrential rain and the ground was very dry, but it was even more dangerous. As soon as they entered, a demonic figure turned around in the darkness and revealed a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. They were like two will-o'-the-wisps. Boom! He held a black broadsword in his hand and hacked down on the spot, cutting the heaven and earth into two halves. It was exceptionally domineering. The monkey brandished the big iron rod and went up to meet it. A deafening clang resounded in all directions. Divine chains of laws rushed up one after another, scarlet like blood. A king of the Tao-severing realm is extremely powerful. This is a celestial general. An intense battle began. Although the monkey smashed the head of this king with his rod in the end, he had also exhausted a lot of vital energy. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary king. In the following 2 days, they encountered great trouble and were unable to leave. There were no celestial soldiers in the small world of the 32nd level. All of them were celestial generals. This was a shocking matter. They were all kings of the Tao-severing realm. If an ordinary person entered, they would die without a doubt. There was no way out at all. The only thing that made people rejoice was that there weren't that many celestial generals of the Tao-severing realm. Moreover, they were all alone and did not form a square formation. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Even so, the number of celestial generals of the past was not small. It was difficult for people to move even an inch in this area. Yifan and the others were trapped for 2 days and almost bled. Meanwhile, the others either suffered heavy casualties or were also trapped. It was almost impossible to pass through. The destructive power of celestial generals was extremely great. During this process, the celestial prince had set up a trap. He wanted to get rid of the monkey and Yifan. There were several existences that were almost on the verge of becoming saints who followed them in and almost succeeded. The small world of the 32nd level was filled with killing intent. Many great sects were defeated. Even the few living fossils of the holy land of superevolution were completely wiped out. Moreover, they were not the only people from the Holy Land that had been wiped out. In this small world of temples, other than dealing with celestial soldiers, they also had to guard against all kinds of attacks. Yifan and the others found it difficult to move forward. The killer god Imperial Court, the celestial prince, and the ancient race had all made things difficult for them. What shocked Yifan the most was that Hua Yunfei's Tao protector had once fought against Qi Luo. Although he was injured, he managed to retreat safely. He had never seen this person before. Moreover, it seemed that Hua Yunfei was very cold to him and was not that willing to walk together with him. That Tao protector is very terrifying. He most likely comes into contact with Emperor weapons all year round. There is an aura of an extreme Tao weapon on him. Duanda's brows were twitching. When this news came out, everyone was greatly shocked. However, they did not suspect the heartless Taoist. He had accompanied the heaven-devouring devil cover all year round and had all kinds of strange methods. His judgment should not be wrong. The Tao protector of the inheritor of Vicious was accompanied by an extreme Tao emperor weapon all year round. This was a huge matter that really made people shiver all over. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Which holy land is it? Or does Vicious have other emperor weapons that were passed down? One day later, even more cultivators rushed in. Everyone worked together and attacked together. They fought against the celestial generals, and some even took out their sacred weapons. Finally, they broke into the small world of the temple on the 33rd level. Chapter 908. As soon as they entered the small world of the temple on the 33rd floor, they saw a stone tablet with a few ancient words engraved on it. 33rd Heaven. From this, it was enough to see the boldness and purpose of the Yuhua God dynasty in the past. Their final temple hinterland would rise above the 33rd heaven. Everything showed their hopes. This place wasn't dark. The ancient buildings in the distance emitted a gentle light. Many people had already rushed forward. They had already reached this step. No one wanted to fall behind others. They all wanted to enter the final sacred palace. However, this small world was too quiet. Everyone gradually slowed down. They could actually hear their own heartbeats. It was very strange. In front of them, it was as if a man-devouring demon had opened its huge mouth and was waiting there. In the end, everyone felt a sense of danger. It was a sense of reverence that came from the soul. No one dared to rashly charge in. They all advanced slowly with tacit understanding. The distance between them wasn't very far. Everyone dispersed, gradually approaching the most central palace of light. From afar, people could feel a kind of divine aura, but their nervousness and fear didn't decrease. This was a very strange feeling. There was clearly an auspicious aura coming towards them, but they couldn't relax. They couldn't help but feel nervous. When they got closer, everyone finally saw clearly that there was an altar in front of the grand palace. Its surface was engraved with blood grooves. The style was ancient. It was unknown how many years it had existed for. This was a mysterious sacrificial ground. People could even imagine the scene of blood watering the altar in the past, flowing along the blood grooves, forming streaks of blood. What was the Yuhua God dynasty sacrificing? It had been too long, people didn't know. At the top of the altar, there were some things that were releasing the most dazzling light. The reason why this palace was resplendent came from them. They were auspicious and holy. Rare immortal material. Someone cried out in surprise. There was a commotion. Many people wanted to go forward, but they couldn't hold it in. There was a piece of bright green thing that looked like a dream. There was a type of life flowing around it. It was sparkling and translucent, many times more beautiful than the most perfect chalcedony in the world. Even if they didn't recognize it, they knew that it was an immortal material. There was an extraordinary aura flowing around it, as if it didn't belong to this world. It was clearly a divine object. It was full of vitality, and there were tears hanging on its surface. This was a fist-sized piece of immortal tear green gold. It was flawless, bright green and fresh as if it could breathe, devouring the essence energy of heaven and earth. Its entire body was covered in tear stains, as if it was the tears of a fairy. It was sealed in a piece of divine source, not exposed to the air. It was as if it was separated from the mortal world. After more than 200,000 years had passed, it didn't change in the slightest. The sacrificial item on the altar was actually such an immortal material. This was the great emperor. This was a holy object exclusive to the great emperor. This was a divine object, even though it wasn't as if it was priceless. This place was in chaos, incredibly noisy. They saw this kind of thing in the 33rd floor palace, so how could they not go crazy? There were some people who couldn't hold themselves back. Even though they felt that the altar was terrifying, they still rushed forward. There was more than a single immortal material on the altar. There were also 4 completely round stone balls. They were also only the size of a fist, and they didn't move. No one could tell what they were. Only Yi Fan's heavenly origin I could see through it. His expression immediately changed, shouting loudly, "No one move indiscriminately!" Who would listen to him right now? Those who could reach this step were all giants of an area, overlooking the world. They all had an aura of supremacy, especially the ancient race's people who were even more wild and untamed. They all reached out their hands and grabbed forward. "There are divine bugs there," Yifan directly shouted. However, no one stopped, all of them fighting over it. All types of light and magical treasures flew over, attacking those who were going to get there first. Even if you tell them that there is a ghost sage there, they will still fight over the immortal material. They won't stop. Pang Bo said. This was how the human heart was. "Let's hurry and retreat. The stone skin is also a divine source, sealed within are for special god-killing bugs," Yifan said with a heavy voice, quickly leading the others in retreat. Divine force surged, making the entire altar tremble. The 4 perfectly round stone spheres on top of it released jibang sounds, all of them cracking apart. This was a layer of stone skin that the ancients purposely covered. Inside of it was a divine source, and sealed within were 4 divine bugs that coiled like dragons. They filled up the space inside. One could imagine just how powerful the Yuhua god dynasty was. They had divine origin liquid, protecting a few special divine bugs, having them guard this place. Ka! The 4 pieces of divine source all cracked open. The divine bugs that coiled up like a snake mountain instantly came to life. They unfolded their bodies, and when they stretched out, they were actually a foot in length. They were many times longer than the god-killing bugs they saw before. They were like 4 hornless little dragons, their bodies releasing golden light in all directions. In that instant, they released a wave of bitter aura that covered heaven and earth. There were just 4 divine bugs, but when they moved, it was as if there was a great army charging over. The small world of the 33rd floor temple immediately began to shake greatly, as if it was going to collapse. "Ah!" Miserable cries sounded one after another. Nothing could stop them. The 4 little dragon-like divine bugs were unstoppable, all of them killed with a single strike. All types of magical treasures that attacked were completely useless, all of them crushed by the golden light. The 4 divine bugs were as fast as lightning, piercing through people's skulls every single time. No weapons could stop them. Everyone quickly retreated. It was almost impossible to win against these 4 divine bugs. It was difficult to determine the level of these 4 divine bugs. They killed people like flies, destroying a group of experts. The ground was drenched in blood. Hong! Everyone retreated like a tide. Some people brought out their inherited holy weapons, or else they would undoubtedly die. They propped up a barrier of light, protecting the people on their side. Everyone saw that it was the people from the Wind Clan. The phoenix body was within the barrier of light, supporting a 5-colored precious tree. It swept out expanse after expanse of divine splendor, stopping a divine bug that rushed towards them. The blood of these divine bugs is quite pure. Perhaps they are half-divine bugs, Qi Luo said with a heavy voice. Hong! On the other side, there were people from the ancient Glory Empire who also brought out their holy weapons to protect themselves. They quickly retreated. The situation was extremely dangerous. They had many people who entered, and 2 divine bugs rushed over, almost making them suffer greatly. At this moment, everyone didn't hide anything anymore. There were people from the 4 great divine dynasties who did this, violating the agreement from back then. They no longer had any misgivings, and they weren't afraid of being punished by the whole world. Those who had used them in secret before, now all brought out their holy weapons. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 holy weapons blossomed with endless light, resisting those divine bugs. Motherfucker, they're all people from the divine dynasties and holy lands. They all had backup plans after all. They all brought in holy weapons, and I dare say that there are even people who brought in emperor weapons. Duanda said angrily, forgetting that he himself had an emperor weapon on him. Let's also bring out a holy weapon. Yi Fan indicated. Dongfang Yi brought out his wolf tooth club, suspending it above his head. It released a wave of savage aura, stopping the approaching divine bug. This bug's body is even more powerful than a saint's. Can penetrate all flesh. Qi Luo revealed a look of shock, reminding everyone that these 4 divine bugs seem to have 1 foot in the saint realm. They had the cultivation of half-saints, and their bodies were even more powerful than saints. It was because they could devour everything, and their flesh's destructive power was extremely great. Several people gasped. A single divine bug's cultivation was already on par with Qi Luo's, and together with their bodies that were comparable to essence gold, even the old assassin might not be able to deal with them. Hong! In the distance, a streak of cyan light swept over, leaping over everyone and colliding with a divine bug. An incomparably ear-piercing sonorous sound rang out. That's a holy weapon! Everyone discovered with amazement that there was an individual dressed in azure golden battle clothes quickly closing in. This was an inherited holy garment, and it protected his body. His strength was also powerful enough, a great completion king-level expert. He borrowed the divine clothes to ingeniously avoid the divine bug that relentlessly chased after him. He brought out a treasure that flourished with brilliance, devouring heaven and earth essence energy and releasing strand after strand of auspicious light. On the other side, there was also an individual wielding an inherited holy weapon to help him block that divine bug. The weapon surged with tens of thousands of divine splendor. It's the two great completion kings of the human world and hell. These should be the most powerful people outside of the killing saints, they're giants. Two of them actually came here, Qi Luo said coldly. A crack appeared between his brows, and a killing weapon flickered, ready to be activated at any time. Duanda stomped his feet in anger and said, "Not good. That old bastard's secret treasure is the treasure basin, not much inferior to mine. The immortal Tears emerald is about to fall into their hands." As expected, that piece of bright green immortal material flew up from the altar and turned into a streak of green brilliance, shooting towards the treasure basin. At this moment, many people became anxious and took action one after another. "All of you, come and help me. Pour all of your cultivation and magical power into my body. I'll use a technique," Yifan said in a low voice. While everyone was fighting against the divine bug and fighting over the immortal material, Yifan's group didn't move. Qi Luo, the monkey, Duanda, and the others circulated their magical power and poured it all into Yifan's body. He released a light shout and used the soldier character. This time, with everyone's help, he was able to display this secret to the fullest. In the distance, the treasure basin successfully collected the immortal Tears emerald, but before the two assassins could collect it, a clang sound rang out as the treasure basin fell out of their control and entered the ground. The two assassins went crazy and quickly dug into the ground. The others also rushed over and directly broke through the ground. Several holy weapons smashed over, startling the divine bug high into the sky. The two assassins raised their holy weapons and retreated while the others retreated for their lives. No one dared to block the awakened holy weapons, especially when 5 or 6 of them came at the same time. If they really fell, not even ashes would be left. Pong! The holy weapons didn't fall, but they blasted open the deep earth layer and revealed the treasure basin. A terrifying aura spread out, and the holy weapons confronted each other. No one was willing to give way. In the distance, Yifan's palm flashed. He used the soldier character to secretly collect the immortal material and put it into his body. The large black dog was so excited that he almost barked, but he forcefully restrained himself. He definitely couldn't give himself away now. In the end, the assassin used a secret technique to collect his own treasure basin and rushed into the distance without looking back. The holy weapons attacked from behind as he chased after them. Golden light flickered, and 4-foot-long god-killing bugs also chased after them. Each of them was equivalent to a half-saint, and they were extremely terrifying. The others who were ready to make a move stopped when they saw this. The cultivation and physical bodies of these 4 divine bugs were really terrifying. Without their holy weapons, chasing after them was practically seeking death. In the distance, the angry roar of the assassin traveled over. Obviously, he discovered that the immortal material was gone, but no one would listen to his explanation, especially those 4 divine bugs. If those 4 divine bugs torment those 2 old farts to death, that would truly be too wonderful. Duanda laughed mischievously, looking a bit vulgar. Everyone felt great inside. This type of result was even more gratifying than personally killing those two assassin giants. They all looked at each other and laughed. Not a single one of the great sage's people followed the rules, all of them bringing their holy weapons. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demon jar merged together, or else there would be great trouble. "We should save it for a crucial moment," the old blind man said. At this moment, those who didn't chase after them all moved, running towards the altar. They wanted to see if there were any other divine materials, all of them unwilling to give up. There were quite a few people who died at the edge of the altar. Blood flowed along those grooves, making the entire altar look incredibly sinister. Streak after streak of blood made the entire altar seem more lively. There were actually many carvings on its surface, all of them of true dragons, or perhaps it was better to say divine bugs, vivid and lifelike. This is a bit strange. What is this altar used for? The blood seems to have flowed into the altar. Could it be that there are even more precious things inside? Many people were incredibly bewildered. Even more people revealed apprehension, feeling incomparably worried, fearing that something bad was going to happen. There were a few people who were quite decisive, saying that they should immediately destroy this altar to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Hong! This sinister altar was extremely sturdy, but it was still blasted apart by all types of weapons. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, collapsing onto the ground. These blood grooves led to the altar's interior after all. The inside was already soaked in blood, drenched in a rather ghastly sight. In addition, the stone walls were completely black and red, waves of baleful energy pervading the air. Everyone couldn't help but break out into a cold shiver. One could imagine that endless years ago, this place was often infused with blood to carry out living sacrifices. There is a stone palace below this stone slab. Why is it sealed? Something's not right. Blood can drip into the stone palace. Many people backed up in shock. The stone palace below the altar was extremely small, only a meter or so tall. It looked like a temple built for dwarves, an uncanny workmanship. Pong! Someone kicked open the stone palace. An expanse of blazing golden light immediately surged. In that instant, everyone's hearts trembled. Many people cried out loudly, and then they fled for their lives. Yifan immediately shook the cauldron above his head, releasing an expanse of 9-colored flames, protecting everyone within. This flame could even kill saints. Heavens! Such a large god-killing insect. It must be a pure-blooded ancestral insect. Hurry and run. Everyone was incomparably terrified, rushing into the distance. Within the meter-tall stone palace, there were 2 creatures that were a meter long, coiling around like dragons. They were several times larger than the 4 from before. Needless to say, they definitely had the cultivation of an ancient saint. Even if they weren't pure-blooded ancestral insects, they weren't far off. A single one was enough to destroy everyone here. The lines of blood left on the blood grooves of the sacrificial altar would ultimately drip into the stone palace. The living sacrifice was only for them, and now they were being offered to them. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Who dared to stop? Yifan and the others were also flying back. If these 2 god-killing insects were to awaken and rush out, it was likely that no one who entered the ancestral temple would be able to survive. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and they didn't dare to stop. I say, did you guys see that? Those 2 divine insects are sleeping with their necks intertwined, guarding a mysterious stone box together, Duanda said as he fled. You damned fatty, you really don't give up. Look at the situation now, you're still thinking about treasures. Chi Luo cursed. The large black dog had the same moral character as Duanda and said, I also saw that stone box's style is simple and unadorned, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. I feel that there's something shocking inside. Otherwise, why would the Yuhua god dynasty expend divine origin liquid to keep a few ancient saint-level divine insects alive and guarding it? They all saw that stone box and knew that there was definitely something heaven-defying inside. But who dared to snatch it at this moment? How could they obtain it? Chapter 909. Many cultivators fled for their lives, and many were almost scared out of their wits. These two insects lived up to their name of killing gods, and they were probably not too far away from pure-blooded ancestral insects. They had the cultivation of a saint, and their bodies were even more powerful. They could definitely kill saints, and no one could defeat them. Run! Everyone left without looking back, fleeing toward the small world of the temple on the 32nd level. They planned to leave this place completely and not go any deeper. At this time, it was difficult to have a saint weapon, and those who entered would probably all be killed. Only by using a sovereign weapon could they save their lives, but only a few divine dynasties and holy lands had one. However, when everyone fled, some people went the opposite way, directly rushing toward the small world of the temple on the 34th level, disappearing into the stone door in the blink of an eye. People's thoughts were different, and it was impossible for them to be the same. No matter what the situation was, there would always be lunatics who did not fear death. In the blink of an eye, the small world of the temple on the 33rd level was quiet. Everyone had fled, and even someone as powerful as Qi Luo, a half-saint, fled madly, not daring to pretend to be deep. I say, leader of assassins, with your fearless spirit of assassination, you can take the chestnut from the fire now and bring out that heaven-defying stone box, the large black dog urged. Everyone saw that there was a celestial material on the altar, celestial tier green gold. Who knew what even more heaven-defying thing was in the stone box, because there were two saint-grade divine insects guarding it. Qi Luo did not say anything, and sat on the bull-like black emperor. He stopped running, and treated it as a mount, almost making it kneel down. "Woof, you rotten old man," the black emperor barked. Qi Luo did not want to be targeted by this black dog that could carve the great emperor formation, so it was not too much. He pushed off its body and leaped forward. "Grave robber, don't you have a unique skill? You can also try." The large black dog did not give up and moved closer to Duanda. Duanda's heart moved, and he actually wanted to stop, thinking, "Fatty, don't tell me you're really tempted. That thing even eats primordial spirits, and if you're caught, your body and soul will be destroyed," the old blind man warned. "I feel that stone box is really like a small coffin. Although it is only the size of a palm, its style is very similar to the legendary ancient coffin of the gods." Duanda said to himself, "Are there palm-sized gods?" The monkey sneered. He had survived since the immemorial era, so he knew more about the legends of the gods than everyone else. "Although it is too small, the style is right. I have studied ancient coffins a lot." Duanda pondered. "Let's go." Qi Luo kicked his butt. Now was not the time to be absent-minded, because his life could easily be in danger, and even he could not deal with it. "That's not right. Those two dragons or divine insects are dead. They aren't living creatures." Dongfang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He had lived in the deep mountains all year round, so he was very sensitive to the qi of all kinds of wild beasts. The few of them were startled. The two god-slaying bugs did not chase after them. This was indeed illogical. That kind of existence that was even more powerful than the primordial vicious beasts would destroy the heavens and earth once it unleashed its might. At first, there were 4 half-sage level god insects that had revived and rushed out, giving people the impression that the 2 true dragon-like god-slaughtering insects were also alive. At this moment, they had already flown out of the 33rd floor. The stone door was still closed tightly. Looking inside, they did not see the 2 saint-level god-slaughtering insects. "It is very risky to go back like this. If they are alive, we will die for sure," Qi Luo said. "I will go back. Otherwise, I will also think of a way to go to the deepest part of the ancestral temple." Yifan said, "I am confident that the 2 divine insects really do not have life fluctuations." Dongfang Yi said with certainty. Savage's intuition has always been very accurate. He has been in contact with wild beasts all year round, so he is most likely not wrong. There is no time now. Maybe the others will figure it out later. Duanda said, "How about this? Don't all go in just in case." Yifan said. In the end, he and Qi Luo carried the heaven-devouring evil jar with them and prepared to go in. At the same time, Ji Ziyue would not leave no matter what. She wanted to stay by Yifan's side. The others were waiting outside. The stone door was not closed. After Yi Fan and the other two went in, they began to imitate all kinds of miserable cries. It sounded very mournful and transmitted into the small world of the temple on the 32nd floor. The people who were running heard the mournful cries coming through the stone door. They were frightened and ran even faster. They were scared out of their wits. They knew that even the ancient saints would die with a grievance. As long as the two gods slaughtering insects were alive, they would definitely be invincible. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and Ji Ziyue used the heaven-devouring evil jar together and let it hover above their heads. Black light fell down and tightly protected them. They returned to the front of the altar. Although the stone had been split open, the blood in the stone trough was still flowing. It formed an ancient and strange pattern and fell into the altar. The 1-meter-tall stone palace was almost perfect. It could be said to be the work of the gods. If it was magnified 1,000 times, it would definitely be a towering, immortal celestial palace. The two gods slaughtering insects coiled around. Their whole bodies were shining. They were as domineering as real dragons. Their bodies were vigorous and powerful. "They're really dead," Qi Luo said. Yi Fan carefully observed and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 holes in the divine source that sealed them. He didn't know which era it was from, but they must have come out before. Although they went back in later, the seal was broken in the end. Qi Luo broke open the divine source block and took out the 2 gods slaughtering insects. They were dead but not broken. Although their essence had almost dissipated, there were still traces of Saint might. If not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach the 2 divine insects the moment they left the divine source block. This was the power of the dragon-like divine insects. This is really good stuff. The ancient saints would usually return to the Tao after they passed away and refine themselves in the heaven and earth. Very few people could preserve their corporeal bodies. Qi Luo's one eye shot out a bright divine radiance. This was a rare divine material that could be used as an incarnation. One had to know that the corpses of the 2 divine insects were much more powerful than the bodies of the ancient saints. To the old killer, it was like a pair of divine wings. "This really does look like a small coffin," Ji Ziyue said curiously as she took the stone box into her hand. The 3 of them carefully observed for a while and were all shocked. The blood dripping from the blood grooves would fall into the stone palace and then converge on this small stone coffin along the illusionary lines inside the stone palace. This was really strange. Were they going to use blood to water this peculiar small coffin? What was the use of this? They couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. In the past, someone had once used blood to water it. Moreover, it was at least the blood of a saint. Ji Ziyue said. She used her delicate hand to caress the stone box. There were indeed traces of blood on it. Even though more than 200,000 years had passed and the essence had long dissipated, it was still the blood of a saint after all. It was still dark red and dried up on the surface. Yi Fan and Qi Luo felt their scalps go numb. What was this thing that actually wanted to use the blood of a saint to water it? Then they immediately understood. The blood grooves on the destroyed sacrificial altar had a great use. It was not an ordinary living sacrifice at all. The blood grooves are flowing with saint blood. Even Qi Luo shivered. Could it be, as Duanda said, that this was a divine ancient coffin with something heaven-defying inside? Looking at the ancient carvings and patterns on the stone box, they felt a sense of vicissitudes. "Let's leave this place first and find a place with no one around to open it," Ji Ziyue said. They turned into 3 beams of light and left this place. Very soon they met up with the monkey and the others. Then, they entered the rainy night and disappeared into a corner. The small world of the 32nd level was dusky. The ground was dry and hard. The shadows of the trees were dancing, and there were ribbon-shaped black mists lingering about. This was an incomparably dangerous world. Heavenly generals roamed about, all of them having already severed the Tao. They were silent and powerful beyond compare. It was unknown how many people had died in this trial. Yi Fan and the others had just concealed themselves when many people rushed back. The Holy Lands had returned and actually brought back reinforcements. The might of Emperor weapons were overflowing. "Tao friends, the situation has changed," The sects in the outside world have discussed with each other and have come to rescue everyone. Someone shouted loudly in the small world and spread this kind of news. He told everyone that the people from the various sects were no longer limited to 2 or 3 people. This is clearly a large-scale attack. Are they using emperor weapons? The monkey was bewildered. Hong! Soon after, a strand of emperor might rose, passing through the stone door and coming from the small world of the 33rd level. Yi Fan and the others saw an immortal sword that looked like an ancestral dragon floating in the air. It had an aura that could suppress all worlds, as if it could shatter the past, present, and future. Tai Sovereign Sword. This was the Tai Sovereign Sword of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. A group of people went up and pushed down the blood sacrificial altar. They inspected the inside and outside but found nothing. They all looked at each other in dismay. The danger of the ancestral temple is beyond imagination. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land are all worried. They are seriously negotiating with the various sections. The last few levels will most likely be even more dangerous. Without emperor weapons, it will be difficult to advance. Everyone knew that the crucial moment had arrived. Now, the various sects didn't hesitate to use their trump cards. Who knew what would appear in the last few levels of the ancestral temple? Duanda fiddled with the stone box, turning it over and over. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then it became serious. When Yi Fan returned, he handed the stone box to the professional and watched it from the side. Could be called a coffin, but it didn't have a lid. It was refined into a whole body and seemed solid, as if it had been carved by someone. This really is a seamless divine coffin. Duanda's expression was extremely serious. He had raided tombs all his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a legendary coffin. His hands couldn't help but tremble. According to what he said, this coffin was terrifyingly old and was most likely something from the archaic era. The engravings on it were ancient, and there were things that looked like flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs. The monkey shook his head and refuted. There were almost no coffins in the archaic era, and the people of the various races didn't use coffins for burial. It shouldn't be something from that era. I don't know as much about the ancient races as you do, but I know much more about coffins than you do. There is no coffin from ancient times that I don't recognize. I only need to smell it to know what's going on, Duanda said proudly. He said that it wasn't that they didn't use coffins in the archaic era, but only those who were close to deities would have them. These people would occasionally use coffins to seal their subordinates who died in battle. Coffins seemed to have a special meaning to those who were close to deities. I dare say that when your old man, the Emperor of Fighting, buried himself, he must have used a different coffin. It might even be more gorgeous than the eternal heavenly emperor's enlightened tea tree coffin, Duanda said. His words made everyone speechless. Even the monkey couldn't find a reason to beat him up. Which one of you has seen such a small divine coffin? It's not even the size of my palm, Pangbo sneered. That's true. How could a divine being use such a small coffin? But why use 2 divine insects to guard it? Could it be that there is some kind of artifact comparable to a divine being? Duanda muttered to himself. He then stroked the patterns and was incomparably shocked. He saw some clues and said, "This is indeed an ancient coffin of a divine being, and it's the kind with a great origin. It should be buried above the 9 heavens." No one could remain calm. In the end, they decided that they should open it and take a look. If there really was a problem, they could directly throw it over to the Tai Sovereign Sword. Chapter 9-10. The few of them fiddled with it, but they couldn't open it. This is strange. Duanda kept pressing on those engravings. He definitely had to trigger a certain pattern to open it, but it was useless no matter how hard he tried. It was tightly sealed without the slightest gap. This small stone coffin was too sturdy. No matter how they looked at it, it was made of stone. They looked at each other in dismay. Apart from its simple appearance, it didn't have the slightest aura of a deity. "Leave it to me." The large black dog suddenly rushed over and finally found an opportunity. He bit Fatty Duan and ran away with him in his mouth. He lay on the ground and bit with all his might, using his large paws to press on the coffin, wanting to open it. In the end, his large teeth almost broke out, but he couldn't do anything to the coffin at all. He used his paws to cover his cheeks and howled in pain. The few of them laughed loudly. This greedy dog clearly wanted to steal the treasure, but it ended up tormenting itself for nothing. The stone coffin passed through the hands of Qi Luo, Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others. They circulated their divine power and poured it inside, wanting to trigger something. In the end, it was like a clay ox entering the sea with no effect at all. This is undoubtedly a divine ancient coffin. It's terrifyingly ancient. Moreover, it should be buried above the 9 heavens, never sinking into the yellow earth. I don't know why it landed in the ancestral temple. Duanda's expression was solemn. He examined it again and carefully turned the stone box, pondering continuously. The coffin was only 4 fingers wide and less than the length of a palm. The engravings on it were very blurry, but after careful observation, one could see that there were suns, moons, stars, flowers, birds, fishes, insects, and so on. They were all ancient things that had existed since ancient times. The most mysterious thing was that in the engravings between the suns, moons, and stars, there were some extremely complicated tiny symbols that had almost been worn flat by time. This was seen by Duanda with his heaven's eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. This was also the basis for his judgment. Too much time had passed, and these strange flying symbols were too profound. The few of them tried to deduce them, but they still couldn't understand them. They could be said to be obscure and difficult to understand. Duanda judged that this palm-sized mysterious stone coffin most likely had an astonishing origin. According to the secrets of tombs he knew, this was an extremely ancient divine coffin, and there were many mysteries that he couldn't understand. The so-called not sinking into the yellow earth, not entering the mortal world, and being buried in the 9 heavens referred to being placed outside the sky, which was to be buried in the lonely universe, where it would travel alone in the eternal darkness. Because the mortal world wasn't enough to bury it, gods were flawless, even in death. Only the 9 heavens was their final resting place in the uninhabited universe. This kind of divine coffin that is buried in the 9 heavens has always been a thing of legend and has never been seen before. Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was really powerful. They even managed to get their hands on such a thing. Just how many star domains have they explored? Duanda was shocked. The others were all speechless. This unremarkable little coffin's origins were so great, it truly left them horrified. There was something extraordinary inside. Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was extremely prosperous. They had the 5-colored altar that led to the outer realm, but no one knew where they had been. Through what they saw today, it was enough to prove their unprecedented strength. Divine them was the time, the tea. That's not necessarily the case. They might have given up on their rule. No matter what the situation was, it was a terrifying matter. It was full of mysteries and unknowns. They could glimpse a corner of the past, the extraordinary years of the heroes of their generation. They had supreme authority and combat strength. Is it also the coffin of a god? Yi Fan naturally thought of the ancient bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. Comparatively speaking, it was even more majestic and majestic. Let's not talk about anything else first. Hurry up and open this coffin. The big black dog couldn't sit still as if his butt was on fire. He was more anxious than anyone else. In the end, Monkey became ruthless. All the golden fur on his body stood on end. He was born with divine strength. He grabbed the small coffin with both hands and pressed it on his legs, wanting to break it. In the end, he grimaced in pain and couldn't move. Yi Fan was surprised. He used all the strength in his body to break the small coffin. The golden blood energy in his body covered the sky and earth, but it was still useless. Drip some blood on it. Maybe this will open it, Gzue said. She thought of the blood altar. Everyone was stunned. Hearing this, they nodded. Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi tried one after another. They dripped a few drops of blood, but it was useless. There was still no change. We might need the blood of a saint. Gzue blinked her large eyes. Because there was dried blood on the stone box, the living sacrifice back then might have been to open it. In the end, everyone looked at Qi Luo. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The blood in his body should be very terrifying. Perhaps it could be used to open the mysterious stone box. You guys have to think carefully. If this palm-sized stone coffin is opened, who knows what will appear? Qi Luo said. Don't worry. I reckon we've brought the black gold cauldron of Alcade. If something big really happens, we can just throw it at them. We'll definitely be able to suppress them. The Black Emperor's cheeks were still hurting. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't open it. Beads of blood dripped from Qi Luo's fingers. Every drop was bright and dazzling, emitting a terrifying light pattern. He was usually all smiles, so it turned out that there was such a terrifying power hidden in his body. However, it was still ineffective. When the blood landed on the small stone coffin, there was no reaction. This made everyone feel troubled. Even Qi Luo, a half-saint, was unable to open it. Could it be that they needed a true saint? Maybe Yi Fan and Brother Monkey's blood can work. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes. Because these two people had special constitutions, they possessed the power of a heaven-defying bloodline. Let me try. Yi Fan received it. A golden bead of blood rolled down from his fingertip and dripped onto the stone coffin. In that instant, the stone coffin trembled. It really works. Give me a few more drops. The large black dog called out. From the looks of it, it wanted nothing more than to bleed Yi Fan so that blood could cover the stone coffin. When 6 drops of golden blood fell, the palm-sized stone coffin emitted a light kacha sound. A crack appeared on it, and a mark appeared on the stone wall that was originally a hole. This is really strange. Just now, it was a solid stone no matter how I looked at it. Now that the coffin lid is exposed, it can really be separated. The others all clicked their tongues in wonder. Yi Fan dripped another 3 drops of blood. With a kacha sound, the coffin lid was revealed. It automatically opened up a black crack, and a mysterious ripple flowed out. Step back. Yi Fan gestured. On the ground, there was only a small stone coffin. The others had already retreated far away. Yi Fan used the troop's secret character to open the coffin lid and used the goddess furnace to protect himself. He had to be careful, because only heaven knew what would happen when an immortal was involved. No one dared to be careless. Pa! The coffin lid landed on the ground. Apart from a mysterious ripple, there was no other abnormality. It was extremely quiet there, and only the sound of wind could be heard. This is only the outer coffin. There is another layer of coffin inside, Duanda said. The others walked over. Sure enough, there was a slightly smaller coffin inside. After taking it out, it was still tightly sealed, and there was not a single gap. It was obvious that blood was still dripping from it. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. This time, he dripped a total of 18 golden blood droplets. The small coffin absorbed them, and with a kacha sound, the coffin opened. The others were stunned after opening the coffin lid. They discovered that there was still a small coffin inside, and it was even smaller. No way! Duanda's expression changed. It's fine. Again. Yi Fan started dripping blood again. This time, 27 golden blood droplets dripped down, and only then did the coffin lid open. F***CK. There is another small coffin. The large black dog was about to go crazy, and he cried out strangely while covering his cheeks. However, he didn't dare to nibble on it this time. F***CK. How many layers are there? Pang Bo was also puzzled. Yi Fan didn't believe it. He kept dripping blood, and in one breath he opened 6 layers. It was still a coffin within a coffin, and the last time Yi Fan used up 54 drops of golden blood. The few of them were scared. They really wanted to smash it open, but they didn't dare to. There was definitely a big problem with this small coffin. It was actually a coffin within a coffin, and there was no end to it. It can't be 9 layers, right? 9 by 9 returns to 1. Monkey revealed a shocked expression, and his expression was dazed as if he had thought of something. Don't open it. This small coffin can't be touched now. If it is really opened, there will most likely be a heaven-defying change. I seriously suspect. Duanda's expression was very ugly and a little pale. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, 99% real, meet the one that has returned. Dongfang Yi scratched his head and asked, what are you trying to say? Duanda said, I feel that this stone coffin was indeed fished back from outer space. It really has 9 layers, but it's most likely that it's not a god buried here, but the legendary ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty. *CK, you're too ridiculous. Is the ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty a mouse? It's too depressing to put him in such a small coffin. The Black Emperor didn't believe him. It looks small, but I feel that this thing can even store Mount Meru inside, Duanda said. I didn't mean that. I'm saying that the Great Emperor wouldn't let his coffin look so small, the Black Emperor said. He had followed Wuxia before and felt that the Great Emperor was majestic and could sweep through everything. Brother Monkey, you don't look too good. What's wrong? At this moment, Yifan saw Monkey's absent-minded expression and couldn't help but ask him. I was still too young during the primordial era. My memories are a little blurry now. Monkey rubbed his temples as if he was trying hard to recall something. He said, I seem to have heard my uncle talk about the legend of the 9-story stone coffin. Can't be touched. After seeing it, one should pay respect and bury it in outer space, releasing it into the depths of the universe. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale. They knew that they were in big trouble. After thinking carefully, they realized that the Yuhua god dynasty had offered this coffin as a tribute. That tribute was a piece of immortal material, immortal tears green gold. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Monkey said, I thought of something else. My uncle told me as a story back then. It seemed to have happened in the mythological era. It was said that the number 1 royal family second only to the royal family obtained the 9-story stone coffin. In the end, the entire family was destroyed. It was said that someone sent it into the depths of the universe later, which stopped the terrifying chaos. Could it be that the destruction of the Yuhua god dynasty is related to this small stone coffin? Everyone shivered. They thought of everything that was destroyed here and the huge palm print on the ancestral vein. That was a strike that shattered 1,000,000 miles. It was difficult to connect such a vast strike with such a small stone coffin. The altar where the small stone coffin is located is very particular. All of you should pay attention. We have walked through so many temples and small worlds, but only that level has a stone tablet engraved with the words 33rd heaven. The blind old man said. Everyone was stunned. Buried above the 9 heavens and placed in the 33rd heaven. In that case, did the Yuhua god dynasty notice something?